You step barefoot into the damp grass, moonlight brushing your shoulders like it recognizes you. The air smells like wet stone and old secrets, heavy ancient still. In the distance, something glows faintly beneath a veil of mist. It's not a building. It's not a ruin. It's something in between. You shuffle closer, half curious, half dreaming, and your foot bumps into something solid, cool, smooth, deliberate. Not just a rock. It's carved. It has edges, corners, like it was made. There's a low hum here, not from machines or insects, but from the stone itself. Or maybe from the space around it. It feels like something is waiting, not watching. Waiting. And as your eyes adjust, you realize this isn't one stone. It's part of something bigger, much bigger, and it's not alone. Before the pyramids, before the ziggurats, before anyone even bothered inventing the word history, something massive was already happening. Someone or something was building with scale and precision we still can't explain. Not with modern tools, not with math, not even with imagination. These aren't just mysterious structures. These are impossibilities made real. Massive granite blocks carved with machine-like precision. Cities sunk beneath oceans. Monuments that only make sense when seen from the sky by people who supposedly couldn't even fly. You've heard of Atlantis, sure. But tonight we're going somewhere deeper, darker, and a little less metaphorical. And just a heads up, you probably won't survive this, not intellectually anyway. Once you see what we're about to uncover, your understanding of ancient history is going to crumble like a 5,000-year-old brick in the rain. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And don't forget to drop your location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where and when you're listening from. Now, turn off the lights, maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. You're walking through Japan, but not the Japan of neon and bullet trains. This is the quiet kind. Mist hangs low over the rice fields. You pass a Shinto shrine, its torii gate creaking gently in the wind, and then you see it. You freeze. There it is. A giant. Not a creature, not a statue, but a block, just sitting there on the hillside like it's been waiting for you specifically to show up. It's massive. Not, this could be a nice foundation, massive, but this could anchor a skyscraper, massive. And it's not part of a building. It's not a ruin. It's not even protected by rope or sign or anything that says, hey, maybe don't climb this thing. It just exists. Quiet. Patient. Unexplained. Locals call it the Masuda no Iwafune, the rock ship of Masuda. But don't let the name fool you. This isn't a ship. It's a single solid granite monolith carved with such absurd precision that it might as well have grown out of the earth on its own terms. Over 11 meters long, more than 8 meters wide, weighing upwards of 700 tons. If you're not into metric, just think it's heavier than a fully loaded Boeing 747. Sitting on a gentle grassy hill in a sleepy Japanese village where people still hang their laundry outside, and nobody knows why. No carvings, no inscriptions, no prayers etched into the sides, no tales of great kings or titanic gods wrestling each other for dominion of the mountain. Just 2 rectangular holes cut deep into the top, perfectly aligned, as if they were meant to hold something, pillars, perhaps antennas. A big stone cup holder for celestial beverages. You run your fingers across the surface. You expect to feel the roughness of ancient chisel work, maybe some scratchy marks or primitive grooves. But no. It's not polished exactly, not like a kitchen countertop, but it's clean. deliberate. There's something strangely obedient about the lines, like the stone didn't fight back when it was cut. Historians, at least the ones willing to talk about this thing, can't even agree on how old it is. Some cautiously guess it's about 1,000 years old. Others quietly whisper that it might be far, far older. You start to wonder what kind of culture would create something so large, so heavy, and then just stop, just leave it there, and then it gets weirder. Because Aska, the little village that cradles this impossibility, isn't known for large-scale stonework. There's no other site nearby that matches it in size, style, or material. The surrounding area is all rice field shrines and modest homes. This isn't Egypt. This isn't Peru. This is rural Japan. And yet, here sits a stone that defies every architectural tradition the region ever had. Even if somehow the stone was carved right there on the hill, how did they do it? Carving granite is no joke. Modern tools need diamond-tipped drills and ridiculous amounts of patience. Ancient tools, they'd leave scars, chips, tool marks. But this, it looks like the stone let someone mold it, like it didn't resist. So let's say, for fun, that they carved it elsewhere and transported it here. That would be worse. Moving a 700-ton stone uphill through uneven terrain with no cranes, no wheels, no roads, and no record of any attempt to do so. That's not engineering. That's sorcery. There are theories, of course. People have tried to make sense of it. Some say it was a calendar, maybe the rectangular holes, lined up with certain stars or solstices. Maybe it was a sundial, a massive, very inconvenient, slightly over-the-top sundial. But the angles don't quite match up to anything. The math fizzles out. Others claim it was a tomb. That's always a crowd favorite. But there's no chamber, no offerings, no bones. You'd think if someone went to the trouble of carving a 700-ton rock coffin, they'd at least leave a note. Or a skeleton. Maybe a curse. Anything. And then there are the romantics, the ones who suggest it was part of an ancient water system, that those holes were part of a complex hydraulic machine lost to time. But again, there's no erosion, no signs of water flow, no drainage pathways. The theory evaporates under scrutiny. What it feels like standing there is that you're looking at a single piece of something larger. Not a finished monument, not a sculpture, a component. Like someone removed the rest of the machine and left this piece behind because it was too heavy to bother with. Or maybe it was never finished. Maybe something got interrupted, got bored, got destroyed. Historians still debate whether the Masuda no Iwafune is a leftover fragment of a megalithic culture we've forgotten, or a deliberate design by people who simply didn't believe in leaving instructions. Either way, it doesn't answer to us. It just sits. Just down the hill, modern life hums on. Villagers drive past it every day. Grandparents recall their own grandparents, pointing at it and shrugging. It's always been there, they say. No big deal. Just a gigantic rock that clearly doesn't belong. Just part of the landscape. A few local legends survive. Whispers that it was once a ship for the gods, that it fell from the sky, that it was frozen in stone as punishment, that it was a weapon, that it was a door. But like most legends, these are told at festivals and fire pits, their edges worn smooth by time. Nobody really believes them, and yet, nobody really stops telling them either, because sometimes the mystery is the point. What if we're looking at it wrong? What if it's not a monument at all? What if it was never meant to be understood by us, only discovered? The way an old memory rises in your chest that you can't quite place. Something important, but out of reach. You can photograph it, scan it, measure it to the millimeter. You can plug every angle into your CAD software and match it to every known constellation. You'll come away with exactly what you brought: nothing. Just more questions, more awe, more silence. It shouldn't be there, and yet it is. More stubborn than any myth, more present than any theory. A 700-ton reminder that the past wasn't just different, it was something else entirely. The ground shifts beneath your feet, not physically, but in your sense of reality. Because now you're standing on the edge of a quarry near Nanjing, China. And at first, it's nothing special. Trees, grass, a few birds complaining overhead. But then you spot it half emerging from the mountain itself, like a fossilized secret no one dared finish. A rectangular block of stone rising from the bedrock so huge that your mind starts folding in on itself, just trying to accept what your eyes are showing you. This is the Yangshan megalith, and it may be one of the heaviest objects ever shaped by human hands. Over 16 meters long, 7 meters wide, and 4 meters thick. Estimated weight, 200 tons. That's not a typo. 1,200 tons. That's more than twice the weight of the heaviest stones in the Great Pyramid. And this thing wasn't theoretical. It wasn't a myth. It's not buried beneath legend or water or jungle. It's just sitting there, partially carved, half emerged, stuck in the side of a mountain like it had somewhere to go but never made it. Now here's where the questions start stacking like bad Jenga decisions. Who carved this? Why? And how exactly were they planning to move it? Most historians agree that the carving began during the early Ming dynasty around the 15th century under orders from the Yongle Emperor. The plan supposedly was to create a massive stele, a stone monument to commemorate the emperor's glory, because nothing says I'm insecure like a monument the size of a cruise ship. But here's the part that makes zero sense if the best minds of the empire planned this. How did they miscalculate the weight so badly? Even today, with our cranes and steel cables and hydraulic lifts and heavy-duty trucks that cost more than small countries' GDPs, we couldn't move this thing intact. Not across flat land, and certainly not through the rocky, hilly terrain of this ancient quarry. There's no straight path out. There's no sign of tracks. There's just this stone and the quiet admission that someone got halfway through a dream and realized they couldn't wake it up. Historians still debate whether the Ming engineers genuinely thought they could lift it or whether they inherited a much older site and tried to reuse it, not realizing its full scale. Because get this, there are actually 3 giant stones at the Yangshan quarry. One main monolith and 2 others, also massive, carved and partly detached. None of them were finished. None of them were moved. It's like everyone just walked away in the middle of a very ambitious group project and never came back. And it wasn't because of war or disease or divine intervention, at least not that we know of. There are no records explaining the sudden stop. No memorial plaques saying RIP construction budget. Just silence and moss. And the kind of stillness that feels a little too intentional. Let's talk logistics for a second. Moving a 200-ton stone isn't just a challenge. It's absurd. Imagine trying to transport a 10-story building without wheels. The stress on any beam or platform would be immense. You'd need dozens of elephants if you had them, maybe hundreds of workers. But there are no signs of infrastructure here. No roads, no scaffolds, no ancient forklifts, just the start of something impossible. So what if it was never supposed to be moved? What if that was the point? Some theorists argue that the stone wasn't abandoned, it was paused. That the builders were tapping into a lost knowledge, or maybe even replicating something they didn't fully understand. The cuts are sharp, the corners are squared. It doesn't look like an experiment. It looks like confidence interrupted. A few fringe researchers even propose that the Yangshan megalith was part of a machine, a harmonic chamber, a resonator, something that had nothing to do with emperors or inscriptions or vanity. Maybe the site wasn't for carving at all, but for calibration, tuning, alignment. There's no evidence for that, of course, but there is possibility. The kind that buzzes in your skull, like a forgotten idea trying to return. And here's the truly unsettling part. The longer you look at it, the more it stops feeling like a failure and starts feeling like a warning, a boundary, a whisper from the past saying, "This is as far as we got." As if some civilization tried to leap forward and hit a wall. A literal wall of stone too heavy for ambition. You walk the perimeter. Trace your fingers along the grooves left by ancient chisels. They're deep, consistent, methodical, not rushed, not sloppy. These were master craftsmen, the same empire that built the Forbidden City after all. And yet, they abandoned this why. Maybe they discovered something they didn't expect. Maybe the weight wasn't just physical. Maybe there was a cost to continuing a spiritual weight or an energetic one. Or maybe someone looked at the plans and quietly said, "This will be our tomb if we keep going." There's something haunting about a project that was never ruined, only left. It's not a collapsed tower or a burned city. It's not broken. It's incomplete. And incompleteness has a different energy. It suggests that there was more, that we're only seeing the first chapter. Even nature seems unsure what to do with it. Trees grow cautiously around the stone. Vines creep, but never conquer. Birds perch, but don't linger. The site doesn't feel haunted. It feels paused. Like someone might return to press resume at any moment. And if that wasn't strange enough, let's go back to the official story. A monument for an emperor. A symbolic stele, meant to stand as a testament to his power for all eternity. Except, it never even made it out of the quarry. No one saw it. No one read it. His legacy quite literally got stuck in a rock. What does that say about the fragility of power, of ambition, of memory? The largest stone carving effort in ancient China ends not in triumph, but in a quiet mountainside where moss tells the story better than books do. So now you're standing there, alone with this ancient ambition half-birthed from stone. It doesn't speak. It doesn't shout. It just waits. And maybe it always will. Because sometimes the loudest message from history is the one that never got finished. You wake up cold, not shivering, just aware. The kind of cold that settles in the base of your spine and gently reminds you that you're not alone. You're standing now on a quiet slope in the Ural Mountains of Russia. There's no signpost, no welcome mat, just a winding path into dense forest where everything feels still. Too still. The wind brushes past your ear like it's trying to whisper something, but can't decide on the language. The trees are ordinary enough birch pine, silent and tall, but the ground beneath you is not. Because here in this place, your compass forgets which way is north. This is the magnetic ridge, and nothing here behaves the way it should. At first glance, you'd miss it. The terrain isn't dramatic. No towering ruins, no crumbled statues. Just rock formations scattered across a gentle ridge like leftover thoughts from someone who didn't finish the sentence. But the deeper you go, the more the air begins to shift. Not in temperature, something subtler, denser, charged. Your compass spins again. Metal detectors, if you brought one, would sputter and die. Even your phone, assuming it has signal out here, would behave like it's sulking. Tools don't like this place. Animals don't either. Dogs refuse to walk across certain parts of the ridge. Birds reroute their flights. Some hikers report disorientation, sudden dizziness, a strange weight pressing down on their chest, like they've just remembered something awful from childhood, without knowing what it is. And then there are the stones. They don't scream for attention. They're not polished or carved in the usual sense, but they're not random either. Some sit in tight circles. Others align in long, low spirals. A few form lines that run too straight to be coincidence, like someone was mapping something on a scale we no longer understand. You kneel beside one of them. It's sunk deep into the earth, not placed. Planted, like a foundation. Its surface is bare, but the moss grows around it in a way that feels respectful, protective. You pull out your compass again. The needle jitters like it's got stage fright. Then it stops. Then it spins. Step 3 feet to the side and it's back to normal. Like nothing ever happened. Scientists have visited, of course. Geologists and physicists. They confirmed that yes, there are magnetic irregularities here. Yes, instruments misbehave. But no, there's no clear source. No iron deposits. No meteorites. No hidden electrical lines. Just stone. And silence. Some say the ridge sits on a magnetic fault line, rare but possible. Others believe it's a leftover from ancient tech. A grid. An energy alignment. A transmission hub from a culture we've lost or never understood. But here's the kicker. No artifacts have ever been officially recovered. No pottery, no bones, no tools, just stones, just the hum. And yet, it doesn't feel abandoned. Everything is too neat, too deliberate, like someone cleaned up before they left. Like someone might be coming back. You don't find broken shards here. You don't find ruins. You find presence. A strange, quiet, unyielding presence. Historians still debate whether these stone patterns were naturally formed or purposefully placed. There's no writing, no record, just rumor. Some locals say the place is cursed, that time bends here, that people disappear and come back hours later, or don't come back at all. Others say dreams behave differently if you sleep near the ridge, that they don't happen, that they happen too vividly, that they don't belong to you. It all sounds like folklore until you stand there in the middle of the pattern. The wind dies down, the birds vanish, you listen, you wait, and it starts to feel like the ground is listening back. Some researchers have tried to map the stone arrangements with aerial photography and satellite imaging. They've noticed something peculiar, geometries that repeat, alignments that echo solar angles, seasonal solstice points, even possible star patterns. It's not proof, but it's the kind of hint that refuses to go away. What if this wasn't a random site of magnetism? What if it was designed not to store anything, but to channel something? Maybe it was a calendar, a map, a machine, one that didn't use gears or steam, but resonance, or gravity, or something we don't even have a word for anymore. There's a danger in talking this way, of course. The academic world likes its walls straight and its stones labeled. Nobody gets funding to chase magnetic ghosts in the woods. So the ridge remains obscure. Not hidden, but forgotten on purpose. A place that doesn't fit the story we're telling, so we quietly leave it out. But the stones are still here. They don't demand your belief. They don't care whether you classify them as sacred, scientific, or silly. They just exist, and that alone is enough to disturb something in you. Because what if the world used to be more connected, not through roads, or language, or empire, but through something deeper, through vibration, through magnetism, through places like this? You circle one of the formations again. There's no plaque, no fence, no warning. Just cold earth and the sense that you've stepped into someone else's blueprint. Your compass is still spinning. You pocket it. Because really, where could it take you now? You're not breathless yet, but the air is thinner now. The sky presses a little harder on your shoulders. You're standing at over 12,000 feet above sea level in the highlands of southern Peru. Wind sweeps across the Andean plateau, sharp and endless, carrying no sound but its own sigh. And in the silence, you see them scattered like sentinels across the grassy plain. Stone towers, tall, hollow, watching. They call this place Silistani. And those towers, they're chulpas. Officially, they're burial structures built by the ancient Kala people, a pre-Incan civilization that thrived here long before the empire we all know for Machu Picchu. That's what the textbooks say. And yes, some of the chulpas contain human remains. A few beads, maybe a bone, maybe two. But those aren't the parts that make you stop and stare. It's the stones, massive blocks of volcanic rock cut and shaped with such precision that you can't even slide a razor blade between them. No mortar, no filler, just weight balance and an understanding of geometry that seems almost digital. Some towers look like they were poured in place molten stone frozen mid-spin. Others have blocks curved into perfect arcs, wrapping around the structure's body like a stone DNA spiral. You run your hand along the surface of one of them. The stone is cool, but not dead. There's something unnerving about how smoothly it was finished, how snugly each block hugs the next. This doesn't feel like a tomb. It feels like something more complicated, something engineered. The Kala people are credited with building these, yes. But here's the thing. Their other stonework is nowhere near this level. Their homes, their terraces, their temples rougher, cruder, functional. But these towers? These are different. And the stranger, the craftsmanship. The older the tower seems to be. Historians still debate whether the finest chulpas were actually built by the Kala at all, or whether they inherited and repurposed structures from an earlier, more advanced culture. One we no longer have a name for. One that left no language, no stories, just stone. You step around to the east-facing side of one of the towers. Every chulpa has a small rectangular opening, always facing the rising sun. Symbolic, some say, honoring rebirth renewal. But the openings are tiny. Too small for a person, too narrow even to slide a body through. So how did the remains get inside? Were the towers built around them? Were the dead lowered in from the top and then sealed forever? Maybe, maybe not. But it's hard not to notice the tower's placement. They sit atop a rocky ridge overlooking Lake Umayo, surrounded on three sides by water. Strategic, elevated, almost observable. If you were going to build something you wanted seen from the sky, this would be the place to do it. And it gets weirder. Some of the towers have partially collapsed. Nature always wins eventually. But when the outer walls crumble, they reveal something even more baffling: the inner layers. Nestled inside are smaller chambers, niches, stone joints that lock together in interlocking patterns, like puzzle pieces, each one supporting the others, in ways that suggest load-bearing was not just considered, but mastered. These aren't just stacks of stone. These are systems, and not all the towers look alike. Some are round, some square. Some short, others tall. Some made from rough rubble, others from seamless blocks, weighing several tons each. There's a hierarchy here, a timeline, but no clear direction. You start to wonder, were they built for people at all? Visitors often describe a strange sensation here, a hum under the ground. Not sound exactly, but something. A pressure, a vibration. Like the land is tuned to a frequency just barely outside human hearing. You feel it more than you hear it. And once you notice it, you can't unnotice it. Some researchers have suggested the towers were part of a larger system, astronomical perhaps. They've mapped alignments to solstices, to stars, to lunar cycles. And sure, some towers do seem to form sight lines with celestial events. But again, why go to this much effort? Why shape solid stone into such complex forms just to honor the sky? Unless they weren't honoring it, unless they were using it, maybe the towers weren't markers. Maybe they were machines, instruments, transmission hubs for sound or energy, or something else. It sounds wild until you remember the acoustic mysteries of places like Malta and India. What if these towers too were designed to resonate, to amplify, or to receive? But of course, that's just speculation, because no one really knows. There are no inscriptions, no diagrams, no ancient manuals left lying around with helpful footnotes like "insert priest here" or "tuned to 432 hertz." Just towers, quiet, majestic, unexplained. The Incas themselves were so impressed by the chulpas that they adopted parts of the design into their own architecture. That alone should tell you something. The Incas, the stonework gods of the Andes, looked at these towers and said, yes, that's better than what we're doing. And yet when you bring it up in academic circles, eyes tend to glaze over. Because no one likes admitting the past was smarter than expected. It's easier to call them tombs, to pat the stones on the head and say, we solved you. But the stone doesn't care what we say. It's been here longer than your entire culture, longer than mine. And it's not done whispering. You stand now, surrounded by these strange towers, under a sky so blue it hurts. The lake below gleams like glass. A hawk circles once, then veers away. You close your eyes, and for a moment you hear nothing, and then you feel it, that hum. Faint, low. Maybe it's the wind. Maybe it's your heartbeat. Or maybe, just maybe, the towers are still waiting for whatever they were built for. The air shifts again, not in altitude this time, but in density. It's drier now, dustier. The wind no longer howls. It murmurs in slow swirls, carrying warmth and the scent of baked stone. You're in India now, Bihar to be precise, standing in front of a granite ridge that rises out of the landscape like the back of some enormous sleeping creature. The sun blazes overhead. The ground crunches beneath your feet. And up ahead, cut directly into the hard face of the stone, is an opening that doesn't look carved. It looks printed, This is one of the Barabar caves, and nothing about it makes sense. You walk closer expecting to see rough tool marks, maybe some stairs, carved into the slope signs of struggle of brute force. But no, the entrance is smooth, eerily so. You step through, half expecting to find the usual cave clutter stalactites, bat guano, maybe a family of startled monkeys. Instead, what greets you is perfection. The walls inside are flat, mirror flat, polished so smoothly they reflect light like steel. Not just shiny, mathematically clean, machine-level precision. It's as if the rock has been vitrified, melted, and then cooled into a glassy gleam. You take a few steps forward. The sound of your footfall bounces off the walls, not randomly, not clumsily, but in perfect sequence, like the room is tuned. You clap once. The echo doesn't just return, it sings. This isn't an accident. These caves, at least according to standard history, were carved during the Mauryan Empire over 2,000 years ago. Possibly gifted to a religious sect called the Ajivikas by Emperor Ashoka himself. That's the explanation. Ritual meditation chambers designed for monks who craved solitude and resonance. But even the most seasoned archaeologists admit there is nothing else like this from the Mauryan period. Not palaces, not temples, not even royal tombs come close. Historians still debate whether the Barabar caves truly were created in that time or simply repurposed. The inscriptions etched into some of the entrances could have been added later, like scribbling your name on the dashboard of a car you didn't build. Because if these caves were actually carved by hand, using the tools available 2,000 years ago, mostly iron chisels and pounding stones, then we're looking at a miracle of labor and technique. Granite is not forgiving. It doesn't yield easily. And yet here, it curves gently symmetrically in long sweeping arcs across ceilings that look more like acoustic chambers than anything religious. The most famous of these spaces is the Lomas Rishi Cave. You stand beneath its arch-shaped doorway, sculpted like the entrance to a modern concert hall, and look into the barrel-vaulted chamber beyond. It's plain. There are no statues, no shrines. But there's something exacting about it. The geometry feels deliberate, like the room isn't for people, like it's for sound. You step in, and your own breath echoes back in layers. Not chaotic reverb. No, this is shaped resonance. Engineers who've studied the acoustics have admitted they can't quite replicate it, even with modern modeling software. The room focuses sound in a way that feels alive. Alive and aware. Some researchers believe this was intentional, that the caves were designed to alter states of consciousness. The echoes aren't just sound, they're vibration. A low, slow hum that moves through the stone and into your body. Monks may have used this to deepen meditation, to sync their brainwaves to natural frequencies, to slip into something else. Other theories go further. Some suggest the caves weren't built for meditation at all, but for activation. That they were devices, machines for resonance, instruments carved from solid rock. And that the frequencies they reflect weren't just auditory, they were energetic. You might scoff. That's okay. The caves don't care if you believe in them. They just are. But the precision remains. No tool marks, no seams, no errors. The rooms are rectangular, but the corners are softly curved like a design language we've forgotten. The walls don't just meet, they flow. The space doesn't just hold air, it cradles it. And still, no one knows how. No construction records, no blueprints, no pile of abandoned chisels or sketches on parchment. Just finished perfection. carved into some of the hardest rock on Earth, and then left behind like a message for whoever would come next. It's not just one cave either. The Barabar Hill contains several, each unique, each oddly featureless, each acoustically weird. And nearby, the Nagarjuni Hills contain more of them. It's as if someone was trying to build something, a network, a system, a series of resonant chambers laid across the landscape like tuning forks waiting to be struck. There's an unsettling cleanliness to it all. The rooms feel stripped, not eroded, but reset, like someone wiped them down before leaving. Nothing decorative remains, no remnants of incense or idols, just the stone, watching, waiting. Some say the resonance of the chambers can trigger altered perception, that the right sound in the right frequency might open something in the mind. Others think the resonance served a technical purpose, vibration-driven levitation perhaps, a way to move massive stones, or communicate over vast distances, or store information not as words, but as sound. Tonal memory encoded in architecture. You walk deeper into the cave. Your steps echo, but only once. Then silence. Then a soft ring like your presence has been acknowledged. The walls reflect your movement back to you. Not just sound, but intent. You feel as though you're inside a machine that's still on, and maybe that's the strangest thing of all. These aren't ruins. They're not broken. They're not collapsed or looted or worn away. They're finished, perfectly preserved, as if their purpose wasn't completed but paused. In the pause, it's still holding. There are no crowds here, no lines, no docents in khaki vests pointing out where the monks sat. Just heat and stone and the eerie feeling that you're being observed not by people, not by spirits, but by the place itself. You exit slowly, blinking against the sudden brightness. The ridge stretches behind you, innocent and sun-baked. You turn to look at the cave one last time. Its entrance gapes silently. The shadow within has swallowed your echo. Whatever these caves were, temples, tools, transmitters, they weren't made to be understood. They were made to function. And maybe, just maybe, they still do. You're sinking now, not metaphorically, but physically. Not into despair. Don't worry, we're still early in the journey, but underground. You're descending into darkness, guided by the low hum of city noise above your head and the muffled crunch of your footsteps against limestone beneath. You're no longer in India. Now you're in Malta, walking beneath a modern neighborhood where nobody really talks about what's under their feet. But they should, because what's waiting below is a chamber that doesn't belong to this world. A place built so long ago that time stopped bothering to count. A subterranean complex carved into rock by hands we still haven't fully identified. This is the Hall Saflieni Hypogeum. And if you whisper in just the right corner, the entire structure whispers back. It starts with a hallway, narrow, silent, undecorated. You pass through it, slowly brushing your fingers along the stone as your eyes adjust. Then you reach a chamber, then another, then 3 levels of them. Staircases carved into the rock, altars, niches, passages that twist in such a way that you almost believe they're alive, like you're inside a breathing organism waiting to exhale. But none of this is why we're here. The real reason, the Oracle Room, you step into it without fanfare. It's not grand or gaudy, just a softly curved chamber, modest in size, dimly lit with a low ceiling that curves like the inside of a rib cage. You clear your throat, and then you speak. And the sound changes. Your voice expands, deepens as though the walls are harmonizing with your words. It bounces not in chaotic echoes, but in perfect deliberate resonance. You speak again, softer this time. The walls hum back. You're not hearing yourself, you're hearing your voice through the bones of the earth. The oracle room is tuned, not metaphorically, literally. Modern sound engineers have tested the acoustics. The chamber resonates most powerfully at 110 Hz. That's not a random number. It's the frequency associated with human vocal range, specifically the male voice. And not just any pitch, but one that affects brainwaves, stimulates altered states of consciousness, and blurs the boundary between thought and sound. Historians still debate whether this frequency effect was intentional. But stand in the room speak, and the doubt starts to unravel. The resonance isn't a byproduct. It feels like the point. So how does a culture with no written language, no access to microphones, no concept of modern physics, tune a stone chamber to vibrate in such a precise frequency? Even more, why? The hypogeum was built at least 5,000 years ago, older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids. It wasn't a natural cave. It was carved room tunnel by tunnel down into the limestone with tools we haven't found. There's no sign of scaffolding, no rubble piles, no chisels lying around for future archaeologists to high-five over. Just space, sculpted, smoothed, perfected. The deeper you go, the stranger it gets. On the lowest level, close to most visitors, the air thickens. The light dims to almost nothing. Some who've descended there describe a feeling like water, not wetness, but density. Like you're swimming through time. Like the rock is remembering things you never lived. And then there's the matter of the bones. Thousands of human remains were once stored here. Skulls mostly. Many of them showed signs of elongation, unusual cranial shapes that didn't match the local population. Some of the bones disappeared. Others were moved. Some just vanished from records. Today, only fragments remain in museums, displayed under dim lighting and a vague sense of discomfort. But back to the room. The oracle room doesn't amplify all sound, just some. Specifically, it responds to deep tones, low male voices, sustained chants. Women's voices. Not so much. High-pitched noise, not at all. It's as if the chamber was designed for a particular kind of presence, a particular kind of speaker. Or something trying to sound like one. There's even a small niche in the wall. If you stand inside it and speak, the effect magnifies. Your voice fills not just the chamber, but your body. You feel it in your chest, in your spine, behind your eyes. It's not loud. It's full. The kind of sound that doesn't bounce, it grows. Some researchers believe the resonance could have altered brain activity, induced trance states, slowed breathing, loosened the grip between self and space. Maybe the hypogeum wasn't just a burial site. Maybe it was a gateway not between life and death, but between ordinary consciousness and something else. A higher frequency, a different bandwidth, a dial turned just slightly past what we consider real. You pause, take a breath, say nothing, and the room still answers, not with noise, with feeling. You are not alone down here, and yet there are no inscriptions, no instructions, no mythological symbols, just pure architecture functioning without fanfare. A machine in the shape of a temple, or a temple in the shape of a machine. You think of other places now, Barabar, Silistani, the Magnetic Ridge, places that seem to listen, to wait, to hum when no one's speaking. It's not just the silence, it's the intelligence of the silence. Like these sites are connected, not culturally, not geographically, but functionally. Each one a note in a song we've forgotten how to sing. The hypogeum has endured for 5 millennia, tucked beneath the surface, just beneath ordinary life. Above, people go about their days, shopping, cooking, scrolling their phones, completely unaware of the resonance chamber thrumming beneath their feet. Maybe that's the way it was meant to be. Maybe the past didn't vanish. Maybe it just went deeper. Now, as you ascend, you carry something with you. Not knowledge exactly. Not facts or names or theories, but resonance. Something your ears can't explain, but your bones won't forget. And as the ground opens into sky again, and the sound of cars and birds and human chatter rushes back, you turn around and look at the pavement beneath your feet. And you remember what waits below. Not lost, not buried, just sleeping. The trees here don't whisper, they smother. Thick canopies fold over each other like ancient lungs exhaling steam into the air. The humidity clings to your skin. Everything glistens, everything pulses, and everything is alive. You're standing in the Amazon rainforest now, staring at a world so wild it once fooled us into thinking it had no history. For centuries, Western explorers insisted the Amazon was untouched. An endless green hell, too poor in nutrients, too unpredictable, too wet to support large-scale civilization. The narrative was scattered tribes, fleeting camps, survival, not complexity, not cities. And yet, from above, a different truth is emerging. Beneath the tangled canopy, satellites have started to see what the machetes never could: an ancient grid. Perfect lines, massive circles, enclosed squares, geometries etched into the earth like ghost cities only visible to the sky. The jungle grew over them, but didn't erase them. Because the jungle remembers. They call them geoglyphs, huge earthworks carved into the soil found mostly in Brazil's Acre and Rondônia states. Some are 1,000 feet across. Others stretch in elaborate arcs. They're not random. They intersect at right angles. They form triangles, radial paths, and repeating motifs. This wasn't someone doodling in the dirt. This was a blueprint. You'd think this discovery would rewrite everything immediately, but history, like stone, is slow to shift. It took decades for scholars to admit the Amazon was not just occupied. It was organized. There are hundreds of these shapes now, some found by accident, uncovered by deforestation. Others revealed through LiDAR technology, which uses lasers to strip away foliage digitally. And what's underneath is stunning roads, terraces, canals, causeways, networks, not chaos, not survival, design. And still, there are no temples, no statues, no dramatic stone faces staring down from the hills. These builders didn't leave grand monuments, they left patterns and soil. Because the most mind-bending part of this forgotten civilization isn't what they built, it's what they grew. Here in the Amazon, we find terra preta, literally black earth. Soil so rich, so fertile, that it can grow crops hundreds of years after it was engineered. And yes, it was engineered. This isn't natural. It's a mix of charcoal, bone-broken pottery, and organic waste baked into the dirt like an ancient recipe. And it's still active, still living. Modern farmers could learn a thing or two from these people we once claimed were too primitive to plant corn. They didn't just adapt to the rainforest, they redesigned it. Historians still debate whether the geoglyphs and terra preta were part of a single civilization or multiple groups sharing knowledge. But what's becoming clear is this: before Columbus, before conquest, the Amazon was home to millions of people. Villages, towns, even proto-cities connected by roads and waterways, an ecological metropolis. And then, silence. We don't know exactly what happened. Maybe disease swept in ahead of European explorers. Waves of smallpox and measles carried on the wind. Maybe these vast systems collapsed from within. Or maybe they were just absorbed into the forest again, slowly, as vines crept back over plazas and birds reclaimed the air. But traces remain. The geoglyphs don't just sit randomly. Some align with solar events, solstices, and equinoxes. Others follow mathematical ratios, golden angles, even astronomical patterns. Some researchers believe the layout was spiritual cosmic. A map not just of space, but of purpose. And unlike most ancient sites, these weren't built in stone. They were carved into living earth, sculpted and maintained season after season, generation after generation. That kind of continuity doesn't come from scattered tribes. It comes from culture, from legacy. You stand now at the edge of one of these circles. The jungle presses in on every side. If not for the aerial maps, you wouldn't know it was there. But under your feet, the dirt tells the truth. Rich, dark, still fertile, still growing. And something about that feels intimate. This isn't a lost temple or a forgotten statue. This is living infrastructure. A whisper, not a monument. A reminder that not all great civilizations shout. Some plant. Some align their calendars with the moon. Some leave their message in topsoil and tree roots. But the real mystery, we've barely scratched the surface. Only a tiny fraction of the Amazon has been mapped with LiDAR. Most of it remains hidden. Entire regions could be built on top of forgotten earthworks. Ancient villages may lie beneath the feet of modern towns. Roads swallowed by vines. Calendars etched into floodplains. Civilizations buried not by war, but by chlorophyll. You start to wonder, what if the Amazon itself is an artifact? What if this jungle we call wild is actually a garden gone rogue? What if we've been walking through someone's carefully curated biosphere all along? And what if the grid never vanished? There are stories, quiet ones, about modern indigenous groups who still follow old paths, who talk of ancestors that tamed the forest, who know when to burn and when to sow. Not because they studied permaculture on YouTube, but because the memory never left. It just adapted. Like the jungle does, it's easy to romanticize the past, harder to respect it. But as you stand here sweating, surrounded by green so dense it buzzes, you realize this isn't a myth. This isn't a theory. This is data, coordinates, patterns, proof that we've misunderstood this place for centuries. And maybe that misunderstanding wasn't accidental. History tends to flatten what it can't explain. It's easier to call people primitive than to admit they knew something we forgot. That they designed soil that breathes. That they wrote messages without words. That their monuments were meant to be walked on, not looked at. So now, as you turn to leave the clearing, you take one last glance at the shape beneath your feet. It doesn't demand reverence. It doesn't ask to be deciphered. It just grows. Patient, persistent, waiting for someone to finally see the pattern. And now, you do. You're not above the ground anymore. You're not even in the jungle or the mountains or beneath a sleepy city. You're underwater, suspended in a shadowy stretch of the Baltic Sea, somewhere between Sweden and Finland, drifting over a seafloor that feels unusually still. The light is dim here, grainy. You can see your breath fogging up your mask with every exhale. Your flippers move slowly, your pulse steadies, and then you see it. A perfect circle, not a rock, not coral, not even a wreck, just sitting there. It's called the Baltic Sea anomaly, and whatever it is, it's not supposed to exist. Discovered in 2011 by a Swedish diving team called Ocean X, who were originally just looking for sunken booze. By the way, the anomaly looked like a glitch on the sonar screen. A perfect disk, nearly 200 feet wide, flat on top, ridged around the edges, with a long gouge behind it that stretches over 1,000 feet as if the object slid into position. A lot of people thought it was fake, Photoshop, a hoax. But then the team went back, dived again, filmed it, scanned it, and confirmed it's real. Solid, sitting 300 feet under the sea. And stranger still, it messes with electronics. When the divers approached, their sonar went haywire. Cameras shorted out, satellite phones stopped working. It was like the object was still active even after what might be thousands of years, or tens of thousands, or, well, no one really knows. You might be thinking, okay, it's probably a rock formation. Reasonable, rational. But geologists examined the images and couldn't explain it. The structure features right angles, smooth walls, grooves, and what looks like a staircase. Parts of it are covered in soot-like black material, as if scorched. Other areas seem polished, as if something once moved across them. Intentionally. It's not volcanic basalt. It's not glacial sediment. And whatever natural explanation was proposed didn't match any other formations in the region. Then came the headlines, UFO on the Baltic Sea floor. And yeah, it looks the part. In grainy sonar footage, it has that classic flying saucer shape, a domed disc, a flat base, a path carved behind it like it crash-landed from the sky and skidded across the seafloor before coming to a stop. There's even a hole in the center of the structure, like a hatch or entrance, though no one's gone inside yet. You float closer now, imagining the questions pouring through the divers' minds. What is this? Who made it? Is it man-made natural or something else entirely? Historians still debate whether the Baltic Sea anomaly is just a misidentified rock formation or part of some ancient man-made structure. But the anomaly doesn't care what you call it. It's still there, undisturbed, unexplained. There are theories, of course. Some say it's the remains of a Nazi anti-submarine device, a structure designed to jam sonar during World War II. But there's no documentation, no metal, no evidence. Others suggest it's the remnant of an ancient temple sunk during the last ice age when sea levels rose and swallowed unknown coastal civilizations. Again, no artifacts, no inscriptions, no tools. Then come the bolder ideas that it's a prehistoric spacecraft, long dormant, still emitting energy. That it came down tens of thousands of years ago, maybe in the time before human memory, and simply stayed. Waiting, you swim around it, and the shape grows stranger. Some parts are too regular, others too rough. There's a set of grooved lines, almost like ramps or stairs. And that trail behind it, it's deep, clean, like the earth itself was parted. One diver described standing on the structure as walking across a rooftop. Another said it felt like metal, even though analysis showed mostly stone. Yet others claimed their equipment died the moment they got too close, which begs the question, why isn't this being investigated further? Ocean X tried, but their funding vanished. Technical failures plagued their expeditions. Weather turned, permissions stalled, cameras failed again and again. Some might call that coincidence. Others say something didn't want them to continue. You consider the odds. All the oceans on Earth, all the shipwrecks, trenches, volcanic ridges, and tectonic rifts. And this just happens to look like a saucer. Just happens to have a trail. Just happens to kill your cameras and spin your compass, right? Maybe it's a ship. Maybe it's a temple. Maybe it's a hoax layered over something much more mundane. But there's one thing it definitely is a question. A massive, unyielding question planted on the seafloor like it's daring us to figure it out. And yet, no one has. There have been no major follow-up dives, no international missions, no academic papers with detailed 3D scans. In a world obsessed with answers, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains untouched, unclaimed, maybe because if it really is what it seems, then everything changes. It would mean we've misunderstood not just history, but prehistory. It would mean civilizations or beings existed here long before humans were supposed to have that kind of capability. It would mean technology we can't replicate was at play, and that the sea is hiding more than shipwrecks. Or maybe it's none of those things. Maybe it's just a chunk of weird rock that fell into the perfect shape and landed at the perfect angle to ruin 1,000 YouTube comment sections. But you know better. You've seen patterns tonight. Stone machines, carved caves, humming towers, grids beneath the trees. This doesn't feel like an outlier. It feels like part of the same map. And this one just happens to be underwater. You ascend now, breaking the surface, blinking against the dim Baltic sky. The water drips down your mask. Your ears pop. The horizon stretches out like a half-remembered thought. Below you, the anomaly still waits. No sound, no sign, just pressure and presence. Whatever it is, it's not finished. You're back on land now, but it doesn't feel any more grounded. The wind here is dry and sharp, whistling over broken rock and scrubby plants that don't care if they live or die. You're standing high in the mountains of southeastern Turkey near the border, where empires used to clash and merge like waves. The sky is pale, washed out by altitude. The ground beneath you crunches like brittle history, and then just ahead, you see a head, not a human one, a stone one, massive, weather-worn, staring. You take another step, and now there are more of them scattered across the mountaintop, like chess pieces after a giant gave up on the game. Bearded faces, crowned brows, calm eyes now tilted sideways in the rubble. Their expressions haven't changed in 2,000 years, but the world around them has. This is Mount Nemrut, and nothing about it is subtle. At over 7,000 feet above sea level, it isn't the most convenient place to visit. No ancient trade routes pass this way. No fertile valleys. No hidden river nearby to explain the choice. Just rock, wind, and these broken gods lying beneath a pile of loose stone that looks more like a collapsed gravel pit than a monument. But the truth is stranger. That gravel mound isn't a landslide. It's man-made. Rising 150 feet above the surrounding terrace, the cone-shaped heap at the center of Nemrut was built from crushed stone, deliberately piled piece by piece into a tumulus so stable and so precise that it hasn't budged in over 2 millennia. And underneath, no one knows. There's no entrance, no tunnel. No sarcophagus has ever been found. The king who built this place Antiochus I of Commagene claimed he was buried inside, but he also claimed he was part god. So take that as you will. You walk along the East Terrace, where the statues once stood tall, 20 to 30 feet high, seated on thrones like they were waiting for a court that never arrived. Now their bodies lie in disarray, heads toppled torsos, half buried, earthquakes mosaic, or maybe iconoclasts. Maybe the wind just got tired of being ignored. Each statue represents a deity, a mashup of Greek and Persian iconography. Zeus mingled with Ahura Mazda, Hercules with local storm gods. Lions and eagles guard the flanks. It's a fusion of mythologies, a cultural remix that shouldn't exist this far up a mountain with this much artistic ambition. Historians still debate whether Mount Nemrut was a mausoleum, a sanctuary, or a monument to ego. The official line is, it was all three. Antiochus, the local king, had a habit of commissioning statues of himself shaking hands with gods. He wanted his legacy to straddle worlds, Greek and Persian heaven and earth myth and man. But even if he was just showing off the scale of the site, doesn't make sense. Dragging these stones up a 7,000-foot mountain building terraces, aligning statues, engineering a conical mound out of loose rock for what? There's no throne up here, no palace, no place to admire the monument from afar, no city below to marvel at the skyline. This place was built to be seen from the sky, or maybe meant to be forgotten until someone found it again. And here's something eerie. The layout of the site suggests astronomical alignment. Some believe the thrones were positioned to face the sunrise on certain solstice days. Others have noted that specific lines drawn through the statue placements mirror star paths or constellation points. It's not exact, but it's not random either. You crouch beside one of the fallen heads, its face serene despite the centuries. The carving is exquisite, soft features, braided beard, the crown still detailed, even worn by wind. You wonder what would it take to move this answer, a team of engineers, a few cranes, probably a helicopter, and even then carefully, and yet someone did it without any of that. They carved these heads. They hauled them up this mountain, and they placed them here at the roof of their kingdom, not because it was convenient, but because it mattered. And then they left. No instructions, no records beyond some vague inscriptions declaring Antiochus's godliness. No explanation for the missing tomb, just myth and stone and gravity slowly winning the long war. Some suggest the tumulus is hollow, that a chamber lies within, sealed by a system we haven't cracked. But excavating it would mean tearing apart a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and no one's ready for that gamble. So, it remains untouched. A sealed message waiting. Others go further. They wonder if the mountain was chosen not just for its height, but for its location, a specific point on the Earth's magnetic or energetic grid. If you squint hard enough at global megalithic sites, you can start to draw lines. Ley lines, geometry, frequency nodes. You know the stuff archaeologists won't touch unless they're very tired and very off-duty. But even without the mysticism, the obsession required to build this site is staggering. Antiochus wasn't an emperor. He didn't rule a continent. His kingdom was small, wedged between larger powers. And yet he built a monument so massive, so inaccessible, so bizarre, that it still defies classification. It wasn't designed to impress his people. It was designed to last, and that might be the most unsettling thing of all. Because when a leader builds for ego, they want it visible. When they build for ritual, they make it functional. But when they build for time for memory, they don't care who sees it, only that it remains. So now, you stand in the wind, surrounded by heads that watch the sun rise and fall with the indifference of eternity. You run your hand along a cracked cheek. The stone is warm from the day cold underneath. It feels like a face, but not one meant to smile. Whatever Mount Nemrut was meant to say, it's still saying it, quietly, over and over, waiting for someone who speaks the language of silence and stone. You're deep in the forest now, but not the lush, tangled green of the Amazon. This forest feels older, quieter, more cautious. You're in New Zealand, on the North Island surrounded by mossy trees and filtered light. A mist clings to the air low and lazy, like it doesn't want to leave. The ferns sway gently, the birds go silent, and a head tucked into the underbrush. Like it's hiding on purpose, you see it. A wall, not just a row of rocks or a pile of boulders. This is a wall in the truest sense. Flat faces, straight lines, right angles. And it shouldn't be here. This is the Kaimanawa Wall. To most passers-by, it looks like part of the landscape. Unremarkable even. Just a section of stone sticking out of a hill, draped in roots and ferns. But as you approach, the geometry sharpens. Blocks the size of small cars sit stacked together in tight alignment, fitted without mortar, without gaps, like they were made for each other. And they were. But by whom no one agrees. The indigenous Maori people, whose ancestors arrived in New Zealand around 1250 AD, have no stories about building this wall. Their traditional structures were made from wood, earth, and flax adapted beautifully to the land, but not carved from stone like this. They don't claim it. In fact, most don't even mention it. And the academic community mostly says it's a coincidence, a natural formation, volcanic rock called ignimbrite that just happens to break into rectangular forms. But here's the thing. Ignimbrite doesn't usually do this. Not with such precision. Not at this scale. Not with stones that appear worn by tools. You run your hand along one of the blocks. The surface is too flat. The corners are too crisp. The gaps almost non-existent. Some blocks are nearly 7 feet wide, locked together, like parts of a puzzle that was solved and then buried under leaves. Geologists have studied it. Some declared confidently that it's just geology doing something cool. Others weren't so sure. Independent researchers pushed back. They pointed out the alignment of the layers, the smoothness of the contact surfaces, the uniformity that goes beyond chance. Because there are no nearby formations like it. Nothing surrounding the wall follows the same pattern. This isn't part of a cliff. It's a freestanding structure, partially exposed, mostly buried, and no one knows how deep it goes. Historians still debate whether the wall is man-made or a freak geological accident, or maybe something in between. Something once human, now reclaimed. Something once understood, now misclassified or dismissed. And that dismissal is part of the mystery, because if the Kaimanawa Wall really is artificial, it changes everything. It means someone was in New Zealand before the Maori, someone working in stone, someone organized, someone with purpose. But that doesn't fit the timeline. And when things don't fit, they get ignored. There's no excavation team here, no fenced-off site, no plaque, just a short trail, a quiet hill, and a few blurry photos circulating online, debated in forums, whispered about in alternative history circles. The mainstream verdict, nothing to see here. But that verdict starts to feel shaky as you step back and look again. The wall is aligned. It's not tilted or jagged. The blocks are horizontal, balanced, deliberate. if it were just a random stack of fractured stone, you'd expect chaos. But this has order. Rhythm. It doesn't scream civilization, but it suggests it. Like a chorus that's been muted except for one note. There are theories, of course. Some believe the wall was part of a larger structure, a platform, a terrace, maybe even the base of a temple or fortress. Others say it could have been part of an ancient port or trade outpost from a culture long erased by time earthquakes or rising seas. And then come the more esoteric ideas that the wall is pre-flood, that it predates not just New Zealand's human history, but humanity as we understand it, that it was built by a seafaring civilization with knowledge of masonry, energy astronomy, a people wiped out not by conquest, but by catastrophe, a whisper from the time before myth, too wild maybe, but the silence around the Kaimanawa wall is louder than the facts. Why hasn't it been studied more seriously? Why hasn't anyone dug beneath it? Why is it not part of our textbooks, our documentaries, our questions? Some suggest the answer is simple. It's inconvenient. It doesn't match the narrative. It doesn't help tell a clean story. So it's easier to call it a rock, take a photo, and walk away. But the wall stays, buried in shadow, wrapped in vines, unmoved by opinion. It doesn't explain itself. It doesn't care if you believe. It just exists. A puzzle without a label. A message written in stone without language. You turn to leave, but you glance back one more time. The moss creeps along the seams. The forest does what forests do. It tries to forget. It tries to cover. But stone doesn't forget. Not really. It waits. And this wall here at the edge of what we know and what we won't ask is still waiting. For someone to question a little deeper. To look a little longer. To say, finally, this doesn't belong. And maybe that's the whole point. Because sometimes the most powerful evidence isn't the stuff we shout about. It's the quiet structure that shouldn't be here, but is. The fog here is different. It doesn't just hang in the air, it crawls. It pulls around your ankles like it's alive. You're standing on a plateau in northern Laos, high above the rivers and jungle canopy. And the silence is so complete you can hear your heartbeat tapping inside your ears. Then through the mist you see them. Not trees, not statues, jars. Hundreds of them. Scattered across the grassy hills like forgotten soldiers from a dream you can't quite recall. Some stand upright. Others are tilted, half-buried, cracked by time. A few are split down the middle, exposing empty, echoing insides. They are ancient, heavy, and completely unexplained. Welcome to the Plain of Jars. They call it that because, well, there's no better name. These are not cute pottery pieces you'd put on a shelf. Some of these jars are 10 feet tall, carved from solid stone, weighing multiple tons. And they're everywhere, spread across dozens of sites, hundreds of square kilometers. Over 2,000 jars have been documented, and new ones keep turning up. But what were they for? Historians still debate whether these jars were burial urns, ceremonial vessels, storage containers, or something much stranger. There's no writing on them, no inscriptions, no decorations. Just form, pure, practical, hauntingly uniform form. Giant stone containers, facing skyward, like open mouths, waiting to be filled. You crouch beside one of them. Run your hand along the rough lip. It's granite, or limestone, or sandstone. They use different materials in different places. And that's already weird because carving any of these rocks with Iron Age tools would have taken years. Not days, not weeks, years. And not just once. Over 2,000 times. The standard theory is that the jars were used for secondary burials, a tradition where human remains were placed in jars to decompose before being moved elsewhere. It's not a wild idea. In the 1930s, French archaeologist Madeleine Colani excavated beneath some jars and found bones, beads, and burned material. That's as close to confirmation as we've come, but the pattern doesn't hold. Not every jar site includes human remains. Some jars sit alone far from burial fields. Some are clustered in ceremonial-looking arrangements. Others are scattered like dice tossed across the landscape with no apparent rhyme or reason. The distribution doesn't make sense, and neither does the effort. The stone used for the jars often came from quarries miles away. No wheels, no carts, no roads, just raw determination. Workers, if you can call them that, would have had to drag these massive slabs across jungle and hill, somehow shape them into containers, and then leave them behind. No writing, no buildings, no trace of where they lived or why they stopped. And it gets darker. Because this region, these hills, this fog, this silence, was bombed almost out of existence in the 20th century. During the Vietnam War, the Plain of Jars became one of the most heavily bombed areas on Earth. Unexploded ordnance still litters the fields. People still lose limbs. Parts of the plateau are off limits, not because of ancient curses, but because the ground literally might explode beneath your feet. And so the mystery lies half buried, protected by danger. Some jars were shattered by bombs. Others were broken before that, cracked by earthquakes, or simply by time. But many remain standing resilient, impassive, untouched. The jars don't care about our wars. They were old before we learned how to destroy. So what do we do with a site like this? What do we make of thousands of giant stone containers with no clear function, no clear builder, no clear message? We theorize, of course. Some researchers believe the jars may have been fermentation vessels used to brew massive quantities of rice wine for rituals or festivals. There's a charming local legend about a race of giants who drank from the jars to celebrate a great victory. It's whimsical, but it also doesn't explain the effort. You don't carve 10-ton jars for a party. You build them to last. Others go deeper. Some suggest the jars were markers for a forgotten calendar system, or a navigational grid, or even a star map. The orientation of the jars does seem intentional in places lining up with the landscape or certain celestial paths. But without writing, it's hard to know. You stare into one, hoping for a spark of understanding. All you get is echo. Historians still debate whether these were crafted by the local people of the time or by an earlier vanished culture, because the timeline is fuzzy. Some jars date back to 500 BCE, others to 500 CE, but many seem older than that, possibly much older. Carved by hands whose stories were never passed down. It's that silence again. Not just the kind that surrounds ruins, but the kind that was designed. These jars aren't accidental leftovers. They were placed, on purpose, in clusters and lines, in places that require effort. And once you accept that, they start to feel like messages. Not to us. Maybe not even to humans. Just messages waiting. You walk farther now, the fog curling around your legs. More jars appear, dozens, then more beyond them. It's not spooky, it's peaceful. Like standing in a field of sentinels, each one holding something you'll never quite understand. Not secrets necessarily, just truth that was never translated. There's no grand monument here, no temple ruins, no civilization to pin this onto with confidence. Just stone. and the silent implication that someone came here and built something massive, repetitive, and deeply intentional, and then disappeared. You kneel beside a half-buried jar. The inside is filled with rainwater and leaves. You stare into it for a long time, half expecting to see your reflection blur into something older. But the jar just sits, like it always has, like it always will. Maybe the past wasn't erased here. Maybe it was packaged, contained, placed in jars so it could wait out the forgetting. And now we've remembered. A little, not enough to solve it, just enough to know we can't. The hill rises gently before you, coated in short grass and quiet history. There are no fences, no ticket booths, no dramatic monuments to distract you. Just a slope in southern England, oddly bright, even beneath the gray sky. You climb slowly, boots sinking a little into the chalky soil, your eyes scanning ahead. And then you see it carved deep into the hillside like a glowing whisper from a long-forgotten artist. Long legs, lean body, outstretched neck. It's not a statue, not a mound, not something you can walk around or touch. It's a drawing. A white horse. Welcome to Uffington. Here, etched into the rolling hills of Oxfordshire, is a figure nearly 400 feet long, cut into the earth by trenching down to the white chalk beneath the surface. It's stylized, abstract, almost modern in form, like a logo or a symbol rather than an animal. And it's old, very old. Radiocarbon dating puts the Uffington White Horse at roughly 3,000 years old. That's older than the Roman Empire, older than most written languages in Britain, older than common sense, honestly. Because here's the twist, you can't actually see the horse from ground level. That's right. You stand next to it, and you see lines, curves, grass cuttings. You might not even recognize the shape. It's only from above, from the sky, that the figure becomes clear. And that's where the mystery begins. Who carves an image you can't see? Who digs trenches hundreds of feet long, fills them with white chalk, and then just waits for someone to figure it out? Historians still debate whether the Uffington horse was created as a tribal symbol, a spiritual guardian, a territorial marker, or this is a fun one, a sky signal. Some believe it marked the land for gods or celestial beings flying overhead. Others think it was ceremonial, connected to the summer solstice or ancient lunar cycles. But even the theories can't touch the style of it. This isn't just a basic horse. It's minimal, elegant, the kind of design that feels futuristic, too clean for the Bronze Age. It could easily be the logo for a tech startup or a sci-fi show. But it's here in the grass, made by people with no metal tools, no drones, no plans for brand identity. And here's what really blows your mind: the Uffington horse survives because people never stopped caring for it. Every few decades, generation after generation, locals would gather to scour the figure. That means they'd recut the trenches, clear away overgrowth, and add fresh chalk to keep the shape crisp and glowing. For 3,000 years, someone has always come back to take care of it. Even after the meaning was lost, even after the builders were forgotten, the act of remembering became the new ritual. And that's where it gets personal. Because you're not just looking at a piece of ancient art, you're standing in the middle of a continuum, a shared agreement across centuries. We don't know why this matters, but it does. It's not a ruin. It's a responsibility, one that survived empires, wars, religions, and the invention of literally everything. But let's talk about location. The horse faces west, toward the setting sun. Some believe it was tied to fertility rituals or sun worship. Others think the direction points to Stonehenge, or even to ley lines, those theoretical energy pathways that link ancient sites across the globe. Below the horse is Dragon Hill, a flat-topped mound that local legends claim is where St. George killed the dragon. Which, sure. But the blood stain from that dragon is supposedly still there, a bare patch of earth where grass refuses to grow. Coincidence, maybe. But the stories stick like chalk dust. And here's another theory. One that never goes away. What if it's not a horse at all? Some believe the figure represents a dragon, a sky serpent, a celestial being etched into the earth for watchers above. The elongated shape, the stylized limbs, the curious curves, it doesn't exactly scream pony. In fact, in ancient Indo-European mythology, sky serpents were common symbols of power, time, and cycles. You'd want them to see your tribute from far away. You'd want them to recognize your land. Historians still debate whether the figure was meant to be seen from a nearby hilltop or if it was never meant to be seen by people at all. Which opens the door to a delicious idea. What if the horse, this massive shimmering shape, was intended for non-human eyes, aliens, gods, atmospheric spirits with a love for minimalist design? Okay, maybe. But even if you don't go there, the idea itself is enough to send a ripple down your spine. Because who builds for the sky, who makes art for an audience they'll never meet? The Uffington horse isn't just old, it's timeless. Literally. It exists outside of narrative. There's no battle here, no tomb, no city ruins. Just a shape in the land that someone decided needed to be made. And that shape has persisted. No one defaced it. No one built a shopping mall over it. It endured not by accident, but through care. And here's the strangest thing even now. Volunteers continue the tradition. Every few years, people still come with buckets and chalk and simple tools to keep the horse sharp. No government order. No global heritage agency. Just people, modern distracted phone-scrolling people, showing up to maintain a glowing white figure they'll never fully understand. It doesn't need a translation. It doesn't need an explanation. It asks nothing from you but attention. So you stand there watching the sky darken the white lines of the horse, catching the last light, like a signature on the land. No one remembers why it was carved. But everyone agrees it needs to stay. And maybe that's the real message. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be kept. The landscape shifts again southward, warmer into the golden highlands of southern Africa, where the air carries the scent of dry grass and the hills roll like waves that time forgot. There's no jungle here, no mountains hiding secrets, just open savanna, quiet and sun-bleached. And yet tucked into this vast calm lies something that breaks every rule you've been taught. Stone walls, towering, curved, seamless. This is Great Zimbabwe, an ancient city built entirely of stone without a drop of mortar. Just balance, precision, and a level of sophistication no one expected from this part of the world. You stand before the Great Enclosure, the most famous structure on the site. It's massive, over 800 feet around, with outer walls rising nearly 40 feet high. Built of granite blocks, cut and placed so tightly, they've stood for centuries through storms, droughts, colonialism, and silence. The walls curve not because they had to, but because someone chose that shape, graceful, deliberate, timeless. You place your palm against the surface. The stone is warm, sun-kissed. You search for mortar. There is none. The entire complex was constructed using a technique called dry stone walling, where blocks are precisely cut and laid so their own weight locks them into place. It's elegant, resilient, and for a long time, almost unbelievable. Because when European explorers stumbled upon Great Zimbabwe in the 19th century, their first assumption was simple: surely the Africans couldn't have built this. That sentence, in various forms, echoed through museums, journals, and lecture halls for decades. The idea that black Africans could construct such a monumental city didn't fit the colonial narrative. So they reached for other answers. Phoenicians, Arabs, maybe a lost European colony. Historians still debate how much of this erasure was willful. But what's clear is that for a long time, Great Zimbabwe was stolen on paper, in theory, and in pride. But let's be clear, it was built by the Shona people. And it wasn't a single building, it was a city. At its peak, over 20,000 people lived here, surrounded by complex networks of homes markets and royal compounds. The area covered nearly 800 hectares. This wasn't a ceremonial outpost, it was a capital, and a wealthy one. Great Zimbabwe sat at the heart of a trade empire, linking the interior of Africa to ports on the Indian Ocean. Archaeologists have found Persian pottery, Chinese porcelain, and Arab coins all moved through this inland hub by merchants and caravans who passed between cultures like whispers on the wind. And yet there are no written records from the city itself, no inscriptions carved into stone, no scrolls or tablets, just the layout, the architecture, the craft, and the cone. In the center of the great enclosure stands a tall, solid conical tower made entirely of stone. It has no entrance, no internal chamber, no obvious function. It's not a lookout. It's not hollow. It doesn't seem to serve a defensive purpose. It's just there, imposing, silent and deliberate. Some say it was symbolic, perhaps, of fertility or of royal power. Others think it might have been spiritual, but no one really knows. It's like punctuation in a language we've never learned. A monument to something that still matters, even if we've forgotten what. You circle the tower, listening to the wind scrape gently along the walls. The stones are tightly packed, slightly uneven in size, but perfectly placed. There's a rhythm here, a kind of architectural music. The structure doesn't explain itself. It doesn't apologize. It just exists powerfully. Beyond the enclosure, more ruins stretch into the hills. Hilltop complexes, passageways, foundations of houses once bustling with daily life. The whole site was built without mortar, and yet much of it still stands surviving time with more grace than many cities built in our own era. And then there's the mystery of the end. Great Zimbabwe wasn't conquered. It wasn't destroyed by war or swallowed by jungle. It simply faded. Scholars theorize drought may have pushed the population to relocate, or perhaps the trade routes shifted. Maybe the city just reached its limit and the people moved on to build elsewhere. But the silence it left behind is loud. No one painted its story on cave walls. No bard recorded its decline, just the stone still standing. And for a long time, that silence allowed outsiders to fill in the blanks with fantasy and prejudice. But now the truth is harder to deny. This city, this stone-built pre-colonial African metropolis, stood as a center of wealth, culture, and innovation. It shattered assumptions, even if it took historians generations to admit it. And still, many textbooks don't include it. Many maps skip past it. Many minds still default to pyramids and colosseums when they think ancient civilization. But here's the thing. Great Zimbabwe didn't need to be grand in the same way. It wasn't about spectacle. It was about design, flow, harmony with the land. There were no gods sculpted into walls, no golden masks, no stories of conquest, just stone. Pure, quiet, powerful stone. The kind that doesn't crumble under scrutiny but rises. You step away from the tower, the dry grass crunching beneath your boots. A warm breeze blows across the savanna, tugging lightly at the hem of your clothes. You glance back. The walls of Great Zimbabwe do not speak, but they remember. And maybe in the hush, between the wind and the stone, they're still trying to remind us who built them. Not gods, not visitors, people. The trees are quiet, too quiet. Not in a spooky storybook kind of way, but in a we should be paying more attention kind of way. You're in the dense forests of the American Midwest, near the shores of Lake Superior, where the air is cool and the land feels old, really old. You're not standing in a city. There's no pyramid in sight, no towering ruins, no toppled gods staring blankly at the horizon. But beneath your boots, something happened here, something big. Because scattered across this region are more than 10,000 ancient copper pits, dug with surprising care and mind-numbing consistency. Some only a few feet deep, others deeper, all of them eerily empty. Welcome to the Great Lakes Copper Mystery. The story goes like this: somewhere between 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, people here were mining copper. Not a little copper, not a let's make a few nice necklaces amount, a staggering amount. Some estimates suggest that more than 500,000 tons of copper were extracted from this region over a few millennia. And then it vanished. Historians still debate where that copper went. And the deeper you dig, pun absolutely intended, the more confusing it gets. Let's start with the obvious. Who were these miners? They weren't part of any known empire. They didn't build great stone structures. There's no writing system attributed to them. No sprawling burial complexes. Just pits. Thousands of them. And the tools they left behind: hammerstones, some worn so smooth by use they resemble river rocks. Others cracked from repeated impact. You can still find them near the pits exactly where they were dropped. And this was no casual effort. The mining process was sophisticated, especially considering it happened long before the Bronze Age arrived in the Americas. The miners used a technique involving fire and water. They'd build fires over copper-bearing rock, heat it until it cracked, then douse it with cold water to fracture the stone further. Then came the pounding. Relentless, methodical, patient. But if they dug up that much copper, where is it? That's the mystery. In surrounding archaeological sites, only tiny amounts of copper have been recovered. A few tools, some fish hooks, decorative items. Enough to say yes, they used copper, but nowhere near enough to account for hundreds of thousands of tons. So either they were hoarders on a scale we've never seen, or the copper left. Some believe it was traded across North America, down the Mississippi River, and out to the Gulf of Mexico. Others suggest it was distributed across vast native trade networks swapped for shells, flint, obsidian, or ceremonial goods. And while that's possible, it still doesn't explain the scale. The numbers don't add up. You could outfit every prehistoric village with matching copper earrings and still not come close to accounting for what was removed. And that's where things start getting strange. There's a fringe theory, one that many academics reject outright, but it refuses to go away. It suggests that old world civilizations may have crossed the Atlantic thousands of years before Columbus, and that they came not for land or conquest, but for copper. According to this theory, ancient cultures like the Minoans or even the Egyptians knew about the pure copper of the Great Lakes, and sailed here to harvest it. It's a bold claim, and let's be honest, there's no solid proof of this. No Minoan anchors lying at the bottom of Lake Superior. No Egyptian jewelry found next to Ojibwa arrowheads. But there's a little smoke. Some researchers point to chemical analysis of Mediterranean Bronze Age artifacts. Certain copper samples from that region have isotopic signatures that match the purity and profile of Lake Superior copper, not local European sources. That doesn't mean it came from here, but it might. Still, historians and archaeologists remain skeptical, as they should. Extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence, and so far, we're long on mystery and short on receipts. But even without transatlantic visitors, there's something staggering here. People more than 5,000 years ago were extracting and shaping one of the purest forms of native copper on Earth. They did it with stone tools, grit, and ancestral knowledge. They didn't write about it. They didn't boast. They just worked generation after generation. And then they stopped. Around 1200 BCE, the mining activity dropped off, vanished. The pits were left to fill with leaves and rain. The tools were abandoned. The trail goes cold. No records, no epic tale, just silence. Why? Some say the copper ran out. Others believe trade routes changed, or that social structures collapsed. Disease, migration, climate shifts, take your pick. Whatever happened, the people moved on, or perhaps faded into the cultures that followed their knowledge, diluted their history, absorbed. What they left behind, however, is hard to ignore. Today, if you walk through the woods near Isle Royale or Keweenaw Peninsula, you can still stumble on these ancient pits. Some are marked, others are lost beneath moss and tree roots. But once you see one, you start to see them everywhere. Dozens, then hundreds, dotting the forest floor like scars. They're not flashy, not even spooky, but they whisper something old. And maybe that's why this mystery hits different. There are no gods here, no grand pyramids or celestial alignments, just labor. Ancient hands with stone tools carving into earth with purpose. No headlines, no monuments, just the work and a silence we still haven't solved. Because if you mine 500,000 tons of copper and leave behind no story, maybe you were never trying to tell one, or maybe the story was taken, or maybe it's still waiting, buried not in tombs, but in trade winds and sea currents, in isotopes and echoes, in the hammers left lying in the leaves. You kneel beside one of those hammers now. It's heavy, rough, unassuming, but it once struck a rock glowing with red metal that shone like fire in the sun. And somewhere long ago, someone carried that metal away, where we still don't know. But the trees are growing over the question, and the question isn't going anywhere. The jungle closes in again, not with chaos, but with curiosity. You're in Costa Rica now, wandering through banana plantations and rolling fields, where the ground breathes with heat and green things grow, whether you want them to or not. The sun bakes the earth, and the leaves whisper something round. Then you see it. At first, it looks like a boulder, just another lumpy, weathered rock half buried in the soil. But as you step closer, the shape sharpens. It's not irregular. It's not natural. It's a sphere, smooth, symmetrical, nearly perfect. Then you see another, and another, and another. Welcome to the world of Las Bolas, the giant stone balls of Costa Rica. Hundreds of them have been found across the country, mostly clustered in the Diquís Delta region, but also hidden in the forest buried beneath farmland, tucked into hillsides like secrets that rolled too far from their origin story. Some are small enough to hold in your arms. Others are taller than you and heavier than your car. And they are nearly perfectly round. No, really. Some of these spheres are within 2 millimeters of perfect geometry. Not bad for something carved without steel lathes or laser levels. They range in diameter from a few inches to over 8 feet, and many weigh between 1 and 15 tons. Some were found partially buried, others arranged in lines, triangles, or straight rows that stretch across the land. But here's the twist. No one knows who made them, why, or how. Historians still debate whether the spheres were created by the Dikis culture, a pre-Columbian civilization that vanished long before Europeans arrived. The Dikis people left behind no written language, no stone temples, no epic myths carved in glyphs. Just these impossibly round, impossibly mysterious objects. And they're not made from soft stone either. Many are carved from granodiorite, an incredibly hard igneous rock. You'd need modern diamond tools to work it efficiently today. So how did ancient people do it? With what? And perhaps more importantly, why? You kneel beside one of the spheres, brushing moss off the surface. It's cool to the touch and still surprisingly smooth after centuries of erosion. You try to picture the hands that carved it, chipping, sanding, polishing, somehow sculpting this flawless form out of raw rock without fracturing it. It feels less like sculpture and more like memory fossilized into shape. Some early theories suggested the spheres were used as status symbols, placed in front of elite homes or ceremonial centers. Others believe they may have been part of a cosmological map laid out in relation to star patterns or solar alignments. And some archaeologists think the stones may have marked territorial boundaries, like ancient do not cross signs that carried silent authority, but no one agrees. Because the context is gone. In the 1930s, the United Fruit Company started clearing land for banana plantations, and the spheres began to surface literally. Workers dug them up with little care. Some were moved to town squares. Others were cracked open thinking they might contain gold or sacred offerings. They didn't. The damage was irreversible. By removing the spheres from their original positions, we lost the one thing that could have helped us understand them placement. Without alignment, without spatial data, they became orphans. Artifacts stripped of their sentence structure, reduced to punctuation with no paragraph. And yet, they remain powerful. You step into a cluster of them, some half sunken in the earth like moons caught mid-orbit. The silence here isn't haunted, it's watchful. Like the spheres aren't waiting to be explained. They're just watching to see if you'll even notice. Some people believe the spheres were spiritual tools, used in rituals, or as markers for events we no longer recognize. Others go even further, suggesting the spheres were part of a geometric energy grid aligned with other ancient structures across Central and South America. That theory is fringe sure. But like many mysteries, it comes from the shape itself, because spheres don't occur like this in nature. You don't find perfect stone balls scattered across the countryside without a reason. Someone made them, someone hauled them, someone placed them just so. And then just like that, they were gone. Historians still debate whether the people who made these spheres disappeared due to conquest disease or environmental collapse. The Spanish never wrote about them. No early colonists mentioned them. They slipped through the cracks of history like water through stone. But the spheres remained, quietly challenging everything we think we know. Because here's the strangest part. Even after all these years, even after being moved and mishandled and misinterpreted, some spheres still seem to line up with celestial events. Equinoxes, solstices, lunar cycles. A few alignments have survived, hinting that the original placement wasn't decorative. It was intentional. Which begs the question if the creators of these spheres understood geometry, astronomy, and stonecraft so well. What else did they know that we've forgotten? You place your hand on one of the larger spheres. For a moment, the jungle quiets. The trees hush. Even the birds hold back their commentary. There's no hum, no vibration, no hidden code etched into the surface, just the overwhelming sense that you're touching a fragment of a sentence you'll never read. The Costa Rican government now protects many of the remaining spheres. They're recognized as cultural heritage, even if we don't know exactly what culture to assign them to. Some sit proudly in museums. Others still lie where they were found, nestled in overgrowth, visited more by insects than by tourists. But they're not gone. And more might still be hidden beneath the soil, beneath farms and roads and yards, waiting for someone to notice the curve of something that refuses to be random. Because that's what these spheres are: deliberate. Every inch, every angle, every placement, not art, not accident, intention. Whatever they were meant to say, they're still saying it, round, silent, unmoved. And maybe that's the message. Not everything must be explained. Some things are meant to be felt. Now the altitude returns. You're back in the Andes, nearly 12,000 feet above sea level. The air is thin, crisp, edged with the scent of cold stone and sparse grass. Clouds drift by at eye level, brushing the sky like smudged chalk. There's not a soul in sight, just wind, silence, and stone, lots of it. But these stones don't sit quietly. They loom. Welcome to Marcahuasi, Peru's eerie elevated stone forest, an open-air gallery of shapes too deliberate to be accidental and too strange to explain. You begin walking across the wide plateau. It stretches endlessly in all directions, a moonscape carved by wind, but arranged like a forgotten dream. Then you see a face profile carved into stone, staring out over the valley with a timeless, unreadable expression. And then another, a lion, a seated figure, a throned shape that looks almost Egyptian. And just behind it, what might be a portal, two upright stones with a lintel perched perfectly above, like the doorway of a forgotten temple. And yet, according to most experts, none of this was carved by humans. Geologists claim the formations of Marcahuasi are the result of erosion wind and rain shaping granite over millions of years into uncanny forms. But the longer you wander, the harder that theory becomes to hold, because the density of recognizable figures here is bizarre. Not one or two curiosities in a cliff face, but dozens, faces, animals, monuments rising from the rock as if they're melting into visibility. One looks like an elephant, another a sphinx, a third a giant seated man wearing something suspiciously like a headdress. It's like walking through a museum where the exhibits are just starting to emerge from stone. You crouch next to a rock that resembles a crouching puma. The lines are softened, sure, but there's symmetry, there's posture, there's intent, or at least the appearance of it. You start wondering if the brain is playing tricks, seeing patterns where none exist. But this feels like more than just pareidolia. Historians still debate whether Marcahuasi is an example of extreme coincidence or a remnant of a civilization so ancient that time itself has nearly erased it. Some theorists argue the site may have once been a sacred landscape, a ceremonial center, or even a stone library, messages written in form, not words. One of the first researchers to study the plateau seriously was Dr. Daniel Russo, a Peruvian explorer who dedicated his life to decoding the Marca Huasi mystery. He believed the site was a remnant of a pre-cataclysmic civilization, something that came before the flood, before writing before us. According to Russo, the figures weren't just art. They were symbols left by survivors of an ancient global disaster. He called it the legacy of the Masma culture, a people with advanced knowledge of astronomy, geometry, and stone shaping. People who perhaps didn't want to be forgotten, but couldn't risk being fully understood either. Skeptical? Of course. It's a big claim, but the questions remain. Why here? Why so many shapes? Why do some formations seem to face celestial points aligning with solstices, equinoxes, or constellations? Why does the plateau itself seem almost arranged as if different zones were designated for different types of figures? Historians, archaeologists, and skeptical geologists all acknowledge one thing. Marca Huasi is weird. Even if erosion is responsible, it picked this one mountaintop to become a sculpture garden of illusions. And illusions don't tend to come with orientation. You step carefully through the field, the rock crunching beneath your boots, the air thinning just a bit more with each breath. Then you stop. There's something ahead, a shape. It's not a shape. It's a throne, carved right into the cliff face just off the main trail, is what looks undeniably like a seat, a square-edged chair recessed into the rock, complete with a back armrests and a platform at its base. You sit in it. It fits. Too well. It's not massive. It's not ceremonial. It's functional. Like someone used to sit here to watch the sky, or the sun, or something else entirely. What was this place? Historians still debate whether Marca Huasi was built or merely discovered by the ancient Andean cultures that came after. There's no writing here, no artifacts, no bones. But there are stories. Local legend says the plateau was once called City of the Gods, that beings from the sky came down and turned knowledge into stone, that the figures carved here were guardians, watchers, timekeepers. Some even say that beneath the surface a hidden city lies, waiting carved deep into the rock, protected by layers of time and cloud. There's no proof of this, but the feeling. That's harder to deny. Many visitors report strange sensations here. Electrical anomalies, sudden disorientation, voices in the wind, light orbs at night. Some call it spiritual energy, others geological phenomena. A few even claim the site is a portal, that time behaves differently on this mountaintop, that if you stay long enough, the stone will start to speak. You scoff just a little, but still glance over your shoulder, because Marca Huasi doesn't behave like a ruin. It doesn't decay. It waits, and that may be the most haunting part of all. There's nothing accidental about how the figures reveal themselves. Some are only visible at certain times of day when the light hits just right. Others only emerge in profile when you walk past them from the correct angle. It's like the stone was designed to be noticed slowly. This wasn't a city. It was a story. But we've lost the language. Now all that remains are hints, lion shapes, elephant echoes, faces worn soft by centuries of wind, but still facing forward. Still witnessing. You stand at the edge of the plateau. The wind pulling at your jacket, clouds swirling below your feet. The world spreads out endlessly in every direction. But Marcahuasi, it pulls your gaze back because it doesn't feel like a place. It feels like a memory, not yours, not recent, but deep, buried, etched in stone, and still trying to be read. The water here is impossibly clear, so much so that the sun glints off the seabed, dancing like scattered coins across stone foundations. You float suspended just 12 feet below the surface, the quiet lapping of the Aegean Sea, pulsing faintly above. Fish dart past your face, seaweed brushes your ankles, and just beneath you lies a city, still, silent, drowned. This is Pavlopetri, the oldest known underwater city on Earth, and it wasn't found by treasure hunters or submarine archaeologists. It was discovered by accident back in 1967 when an oceanographer noticed straight lines on the seabed while studying currents off the southern coast of Laconia, Greece. Curious, they dove, and what they found wasn't rock or reef or wreckage. It was a town. Foundations, rooms, courtyards, streets, drainage systems. An entire city grid complete with a central plaza, and some say a cemetery. It's not guesswork. It's not wishful sonar. It's real. Mapped, measured, photographed. A lost world resting in a shallow bay, like it simply forgot to keep breathing. You kick gently, hovering over the remains. A stone wall juts out to your left, almost waist high. Beyond it, the floor plan of a home reveals itself. Partitioned rooms, aligned doors, a corridor that once echoed with footsteps. There are no columns, left, no statues, no towering temples. But that's what makes it feel more human. This wasn't a city of gods. It was a city of people. People who lived, built, cooked, buried their dead, argued with neighbors, and watched the stars reflected on the sea. And then it disappeared. Historians still debate exactly how old Pavlopetri is. Conservative estimates date it to about 3,500 years ago, late Bronze Age Greece. But some of the stonework underneath may go back even further, over 5,000 years. If that's true, it would predate the Minoans and Mycenaeans. It would rewrite our map of Mediterranean civilization, but there's no record of its name, no mention in ancient texts, no epic poem or crumbling scroll to explain its end. The people who lived here left no words behind. So how did it sink? Some believe an earthquake hit the region around 1000 BCE, fracturing the land and dropping part of the coast into the sea. Others say a series of tsunamis overwhelmed the shoreline, swallowing the structures and dragging the town into the water piece by piece. Whatever happened, it wasn't slow. There's no evidence of rebuilding, no adaptation, just a clean break, as if the sea simply came and took it, and then it waited. Because that's what Pavlopetri feels like, a moment paused. The site is remarkably well preserved because of the shallow depth and the soft seabed. No massive waves, no oceanic churn, just sediment salt and silence. The layout of the city is intact. Roads still connect rooms. Houses still have entrances. Even the drainage systems are visible, complex, engineered, purposeful. Whoever built this didn't just throw up shelters. They planned. They measured. They had civil engineering long before that was supposed to be a thing. You flip onto your back, letting the sun pierce through the water above. It's almost insulting how modern this city feels, and how easily we forgot it. For years, Pavlopetri was little more than a footnote, an underwater curiosity. It wasn't until the 2000s that archaeologists began digitally mapping the site using 3D scanning and remote sensing. What they uncovered changed the narrative. This wasn't a fishing village. This was a maritime hub, likely connected to ancient trade routes that linked Crete, the Cyclades, mainland Greece, and possibly even Egypt. Artifacts found near the site include pottery from far-flung places, suggesting a thriving network of exchange goods, ideas, culture. It may have been small, but Pavlopetri was plugged in. So why didn't we know about it? Because the sea hides what the land can't. Stone temples crumble. Forests swallow walls. But the ocean preserves. Especially in places like this, calm, clear, and undisturbed. If Pavlopetri had been 100 meters deeper, we might never have found it. If it had been 10 meters shallower, it might have been looted and paved over centuries ago. Instead, it rests in a perfect Goldilocks zone of mystery. Historians still debate whether the city was unique or just one of many that vanished beneath the sea. Satellite scans of coastlines around the world suggest hundreds of submerged settlements waiting to be discovered. And if Pavlopetri is any indication, those cities weren't accidental huts. They were deliberate, complex, and connected, and that leads to a haunting idea maybe civilization didn't begin after the sea calmed. Maybe civilization grew, and then was repeatedly wiped away by rising tides. Pavlopetri isn't just a mystery, it's a warning. Because the sea doesn't rage, it waits. You dive once more, brushing close to a corner where two walls meet. There's no furniture here, no skeletons, no graffiti, but it feels inhabited all the same, like the place still holds memory. Like the waves remember the voices. People lived here, and then they didn't. No wars, no empire collapse, no migration, just silence and water. Some believe Pavlopetri was one of many port towns in a pre-Mycenaean network, a maritime civilization that rose and fell long before Athens and Sparta began squabbling over honor and olives. If that's true, the sea may be the greatest archive of human history. Not the land, not the books, but the tides. And maybe we've only just started reading. You surface one last time blinking at the Greek coastline. Tourists sunbathe on the beach, unaware of the ruins beneath their feet. No one's building monuments here. No one's carving dates into stone. But below them lies a city that never stopped existing, only slipped away. You look down through your mask, the sunlight slanting like golden arrows across the sand. The ruins remain, unmarked, unmourned, but not unseen. Not anymore. You're deep in the Ural Mountains now, Russia's ancient backbone, the jagged divide between Europe and Asia. The trees here are taller than they need to be, standing shoulder to shoulder, like they're guarding something. The ground is uneven, the silence absolute. You expect wildlife birdsong, maybe the rustle of some unseen creature. But you hear nothing, just wind. And then stone, a wall. Not a modern one, not a medieval one. This wall doesn't announce itself with grandeur, it whispers with scale. Massive rectangular blocks rise from the forest floor, stacked with uncanny precision. Some are the size of vans, others closer to boxcars. A few, well, they could give Baalbek a complex. These stones aren't naturally aligned, naturally shaped, or naturally explained. This is one of the Ural megalithic sites near the village of Sinuka, and it's one of the least studied ancient mysteries on Earth. You approach slowly. There's no visitor center, no guidebook, no path. Just raw wilderness, and this wall rising from the earth like an ancient algorithm. Each stone looks cut, some with sharp corners, some with beveled edges, all fitted with a kind of machine-like neatness that doesn't match anything in known Russian history. There's no mortar, no tool marks, no inscriptions, just placement, precision, purpose. Historians still debate whether this formation is natural or man-made. That's the first debate. The second is worse. If it's artificial, who could have built it? There's no record of any civilization in this part of Russia capable of this kind of engineering. The megaliths weigh hundreds, sometimes thousands of tons, and they're stacked, not scattered. Stacked, balanced, sometimes even perched on smaller stones like platforms. That's not nature, or if it is, she's really flexing. You walk the perimeter, noting how the wall curves, subtly disappears into the forest, then reappears again, half buried, half forgotten. Some of the blocks have shifted over time, but most remain where they were placed, as if the mountain itself is holding its breath. Local folklore practically non-existent. The people who live nearby acknowledge the stones, but they're not woven into myth. No gods lifted them. No giants hurled them. No ancient king built his fortress here. The story is missing, and the absence is louder than a legend. Some researchers have proposed that the Ural megaliths are simply the result of orthogonal jointing, a geological process where granite fractures in rectangular shapes. That explanation satisfies textbooks, but standing here, it feels hollow. These blocks don't just sit, they fit, and nearby, nothing. No temples, no pottery shards, no bones, no civilization to hang this wall on, just trees, moss, and the strange sensation that you've stumbled into someone else's geometry. You run your hand along one of the lower blocks. It's cool, even in the filtered sunlight. The surface is rough in parts, smooth in others. But what really strikes you is the shape. It's too perfect, too deliberate. There's no reason for it to exist out here. And yet, here it is. Historians still debate whether the megaliths are natural anomalies or evidence of a lost society that predates known human history. Some Russian researchers suggest the wall could be over 12,000 years old, possibly from a time before the last ice age. If that's true, then this site belongs in the same sentence as Göbekli Tepe Gunung Padang and other structures that shouldn't exist but do. Of course, these ideas are considered fringe. Academic funding rarely flows toward uncomfortable timelines. It's easier to say interesting rocks and move on. But here's the thing. Even if these formations are natural, their alignment, their structure, their sheer intentionality raise questions no one is eager to answer. And then there's the weird stuff. Some visitors report strange electromagnetic readings near certain blocks. Compass needles spin. Phones glitch. Static crackles in the air. Nothing major. Nothing dramatic. But just enough to make you feel like the stones are humming at a frequency slightly beyond what we're used to. Others claim to have seen lights orbs flickering between the stones at dusk. No scientific evidence, of course, just stories. But stories that sound a little too familiar if you've been following the breadcrumbs across this journey. It's not just one wall either. The Ural region is littered with similar anomalies. Stacked stones, carved steps, oddly angular formations that defy erosion patterns. It's like someone began a construction project that was meant to last forever, and then vanished. You step away, glancing back through the trees. The wall vanishes almost instantly into the foliage. Blink, and it's gone. No signage, no warnings. Just a puzzle with no place in the timeline. And maybe that's why it's so easy to ignore. Because if we accept that these stones were cut, moved, and arranged by someone, then we have to admit we don't know who, or when, or how. And that's not a comfortable conversation. But the stones don't care. They sit in the forest, untouched by ego, unmoved by theory. They're not trying to impress anyone. They're not even trying to be found. They just are. Massive, monolithic, mysterious. You rest your hand against the stone one last time. No vibration, no hum. Just a deep, cold stillness that feels like the moment before a memory resurfaces, and somewhere in the back of your mind, a thought flickers. What if this isn't the beginning of something? What if it's the end? A monument, not to a civilization's rise, but to its refusal to be erased. You step away. The trees close behind you. The wall once again becomes a rumor. You're underwater again, this time off the southern coast of Japan, where the waves roll smooth and slow over the reef systems around Yonaguni Island. The water is clear, so clear you can see the ocean floor from the boat. And beneath that shimmer, just past the coral, lies something that shouldn't be there. You gear up, drop over the side, and descend. 20 feet, 40, 60, 90. And there it is, a massive stone formation, rising from the seabed, sharp and angular, like the ruins of a forgotten citadel. Blocks the size of train cars. Staircases, yes, staircases that climb toward nowhere. Ramps, terraces, flat, impossibly level platforms, right-angled corridors, a giant step pyramid shape. It looks like the skeleton of a city carved from a single stone. It's enormous, over 500 feet long, nearly 100 feet wide, and about 90 feet tall. They call it the Yonaguni Monument, and to this day, no one agrees on what it is. You drift closer, the stone surface brushing by as you swim along the base. The lines are sharp, clean. Some edges form nearly perfect right angles. There's a wide, flat platform, like a landing or plaza. A vertical wall rises beside you, forming what looks like the side of a multi-leveled structure. It doesn't feel like a reef or a jagged underwater cliff. It feels like architecture. But here's the catch. Mainstream geologists say the Yonaguni Monument is natural. A rock formation caused by tectonic activity and fracturing of the sandstone over time. And yes, the stone in the region tends to break into horizontal layers. That's true, but historians still debate whether nature could have done this. The monument doesn't just have one or two odd angles. It has stairways uniform in height and depth. It has corridors that lead somewhere. Rounded holes in the stone. A long trench that runs like a canal. Some divers claim to have seen what looks like a face carved into one side, though centuries of ocean currents have worn it smooth. And then there's the layout. Some parts of the structure appear to align with cardinal directions. Others suggest astronomical placement, like some kind of ancient observatory. And near the top, there's what looks like a stage or altar surrounded by tiered steps, like a sunken amphitheater where no one claps anymore. You float over the top, the sunlight bending across the surface in dappled patches. The feeling is hard to shake. This doesn't seem accidental. It feels like a temple, or the foundations of one, or something we no longer have words for. And the age, that's the kicker. If the monument was carved, and that's still a big if, it would have had to have been built before the last ice age when sea levels were hundreds of feet lower. That puts its construction at around 10,000 years ago or more. That's before the pyramids, before Göbekli Tepe, before agriculture. It would change everything. But here's the thing. No one's found tools. No carvings, no pottery, no skeletons, no definitive signs of human presence nearby. So skeptics lean hard on the geological explanation: sedimentary rock erosion, seismic fracturing. Boom, mystery solved. But then, why the stairs? Why the 90-degree angles? The pillar-like shapes? The massive platforms that appear too flat, too coordinated? And perhaps most importantly, why has it never been fully explored? You'd think something this massive, this potentially world-changing, would draw flocks of archaeologists, sonar mappers, and robotic submersibles. But the site remains understudied, underfunded, and largely ignored by institutional archaeology. It's been visited, sure, but not excavated, not claimed. Some believe that's on purpose. That if Yonaguni turns out to be artificial, we'll have to rewrite a whole lot of timelines. And people don't like rewriting timelines. Still divers return every year. Independent researchers, documentary crews, conspiracy theorists, skeptical tourists who surface wide-eyed and strangely quiet. Because seeing it for yourself changes the question from, is this real, to why aren't we asking more? Local legend doesn't help much. It's vague, fragmented. There are stories of sunken lands, a dragon palace beneath the sea, myths passed down over centuries about a civilization swallowed by the ocean. But myths are like that foggy around the edges, half memory, half metaphor. Some suggest the Yonaguni monument was part of Mu, a supposed Pacific version of Atlantis, a sprawling island civilization lost beneath the waves in a great catastrophe. There's no solid evidence for Mu, but the way this stone rises from the ocean floor makes you wonder, and that's the feeling you get most strongly. Down here, not fear, not wonder, curiosity interrupted. Like something started here and then was erased. Or maybe it finished and it was meant to be hidden. Historians still debate whether the monument is a coincidence of geology, a megalithic site, or something in between. Maybe it's natural but modified. Maybe it's a canvas nature shaped and someone began carving. Maybe it was a stage, or a tomb, or a portal, or maybe just a warning carved in stone. We were here. But the ocean doesn't answer. It just flows. You brush your hand along the edge of a step. It's wide uniform. You climb it, then another. Your body feels light drifting. The monument doesn't react. It simply exists, still sleeping. And up top, where the light hits the stone and fish scatter like whispers, it becomes clear. This is a place that was either carefully designed or accidentally perfect. Either way, it doesn't belong to the world we've mapped. It belongs to the one we've forgotten to look for. You surface slowly, the water wrapping you in silence. The island looms behind you. The sea sighs around you. The monument settles back into shadow. It doesn't need answers. It only needs to be seen. And now you've seen it, you're back on dry land now, in the dusty hills of Lebanon, where the light hits the stone with a kind of biblical authority. Everything feels ancient here. Olive trees, faded shrines, the wind itself. But even in this cradle of civilization, even in a land already old, when Rome was young, something waits that doesn't quite belong. A platform, not a building, not a wall. A platform made of stone blocks, so massive they break the language we use to describe architecture. This is Baalbek, and at its heart lies the Trelathon. You approach slowly. The site is grand, almost Roman in its confidence. That's because the Romans did build here. They built big temples, colonnade staircases that demand to be ascended dramatically. But the deeper you go, the older the foundation becomes. And that's where you find it. 3 stones, sitting quietly beneath the temple of Jupiter, like the bones of the earth itself. Each one is over 60 feet long, 14 feet high, and weighs approximately 800 tons, not combined, each. And together, they form the foundation of what is now considered one of the most puzzling megalithic achievements in the world. And they are just sitting there, perfectly placed, level, still holding up the structure above after thousands of years. No cracks, no slippage, just absolute, unreasonable stability. You stand in front of them, neck craned back, trying to comprehend their scale. These aren't carved statues or sculpted facades. These are raw blocks, unadorned, impossibly huge, positioned with a kind of calm precision that makes your brain ache. Historians still debate how these stones were moved, if they were moved at all, because the quarry where the stones originated is about 1 kilometer away, and the terrain between it and the platform is anything but flat. And this was done thousands of years ago, long before cranes, pulleys, or heavy-duty vehicles. Some say wooden rollers and manpower. But 800 tons. For perspective, that's more than 2 fully loaded 747s. And the idea of hauling that across rocky terrain with ropes and logs, that's not just difficult, it's absurd. Even today, with modern cranes and machinery, we'd struggle to lift those stones, let alone transport, and align them with millimeter-level accuracy. And just to be clear, this isn't speculative. The stones are real. You can touch them, stand beside them, feel your own scale evaporate. And then just a short walk away, still in the quarry, lies the stone of the pregnant woman, the largest known carved stone in the world. Roughly 1,000 tons, possibly more, depending on how much is still buried. And it was never moved. Still embedded in the earth, half carved, as if whoever started the job just gave up and went home for lunch. Forever. Then, in 2014, another even larger block was discovered, beneath it estimated at over 200 tons. That's right, there's another stone, bigger, waiting, and no one knows who was planning to move it. Mainstream archaeologists believe the stones were part of Roman construction during the reign of Emperor Augustus, who wanted to build a grand temple to Jupiter. It's true that the Roman architecture here is well documented. The columns, the sculptures, the layout, it's all textbook imperial glory. But here's where things get messy. The Romans didn't build like this. Yes, they built big. But they didn't use stones this size, ever. Their standard construction used smaller stacked stones, manageable, repeatable, scalable. This is overkill. This is myth turned solid. Historians still debate whether the platform beneath Baalbek predates the Romans entirely. Some say it was originally a Canaanite structure, later expanded by different empires. Others go further, suggesting it could be pre-flood, built by a civilization so ancient it left behind no name, no trace, only these stones. Some fringe researchers even propose the site was not meant for humans at all, that the scale suggests it was built by or for something bigger, giants perhaps, or sky beings, depending on how deep you want to dive into ancient astronaut theory. Too far? Maybe. But the problem remains, the scale of these stones is so far outside the norm, it begs a bigger explanation. Something that accounts not just for size, but for intent. Why go to this length? Why choose stones that require godlike effort to quarry, move, and place? Why build a platform so over-engineered it could support an entire mountain just to place a temple on top? You touch the trilithon now. The surface is rough, but deliberate, not random, not shattered or jagged. The stone doesn't feel like a ruin. It feels like it was always meant to be exactly here, and no one moved it. That's the part that sticks. In the records we have, there's no mention of the transport method, no legend about gods lifting it, no carved relief showing elephants dragging it across the hills. It just appears, as if it always was. And that's what makes Baalbek different, because this site isn't mysterious. Despite its visibility, it's mysterious because of it. It's right there in plain sight, and yet unexplained. Like a joke told in a language we've forgotten how to hear. You walk back from the platform, glancing over your shoulder one more time. The stones don't move. Of course they don't. They haven't moved in over 2,000 years, maybe longer. And yet you get the feeling that you're not looking at a foundation. You're looking at a message, something silent and heavy and clear. We were here, and maybe we knew more than you think. You're walking across a green hill in Bosnia, but this isn't a hike. It's an argument disguised as a landscape. The wind carries birdsong and the scent of damp grass, but beneath your feet, something hums. Not a sound. Not a vibration, just a sense, like the hill is holding its breath. You look up, and there it is, a mountain. No, not quite. A pyramid. They call it the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. And from certain angles, it looks exactly like what it claims to be a four-sided symmetrical hill with flat triangular faces that converge at a single peak. The angles are sharp. The sides are aligned with the cardinal directions, and the shape is, well, uncannily perfect. Too perfect, some say. This is Visočica Hill, near the town of Visoko, and ever since, a Bosnian-American researcher named Semir Osmanagić claimed in 2005 that it was the largest pyramid in the world. Yes, larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. The archaeological world has been quietly losing its mind. Because if he's right, this would mean there's a 34,000-year-old man-made pyramid in the Balkans. And that's uncomfortable for a lot of reasons. Historians still debate whether the Bosnian pyramids are real, or the product of creative imagination fueled by ancient geometry and generous tourism grants. Osmanagić claims the site is part of a massive prehistoric complex with 5 pyramids, underground tunnels, and stone blocks carved by ancient hands long before writing or agriculture existed. Skeptics argue it's just a natural hill that happens to look like a pyramid if you squint hard enough. But when you visit in person, it's not so easy to dismiss. You climb the slope, and you see exposed surfaces that don't look natural. Rectangular stone slabs, flat terraces, layers stacked like walls. Some of the stones even appear to have been cut and placed with mortar-like material binding them. The formation feels designed, not like the chaotic haphazard layering of nature, but arranged, measured, and then there's the orientation. The pyramid's faces are aligned with astonishing precision to true north, southeast, and west within a fraction of a degree. That kind of accuracy doesn't happen by accident, not at this scale, and not in nature. It's what you'd expect from an observatory, or a monument, or something built to communicate with the sky. Osmanagić also points to electromagnetic readings taken from the summit, vertical energy beams. He says emanate from the top at a consistent frequency of 28 kilohertz. No one's quite sure what that means. Maybe nothing. maybe everything. Visitors have reported odd sensations, lightheadedness, a sense of calm. A few call it spiritual, a few call it nonsense. But the real rabbit hole is beneath the pyramid. Tunnels, miles of them. You enter through what's called the Ravn tunnels, a network of underground passageways discovered near the base of the hill. As you move deeper, the air grows cooler, damper. The tunnels twist and turn, some barely tall enough to walk through. But along the way, you see walls, stone blocks, drywall constructions built with oddly consistent stone shapes and fill material. And then more weirdness. In the chamber floors are megalithic stones, massive flat-topped boulders shaped like tables or tombs. Some have been labeled with names K2, K5, K8, because of course, everything weird eventually gets a catalog number. Osmanagich claims they're energy amplifiers tuned to vibrational frequencies we no longer understand. Skeptics say they're just rocks, and maybe they are. But if so, they're oddly well-placed rocks. Some even appear to contain ancient inscriptions carvings that haven't been decoded and that no known culture in the region is associated with. Historians still debate whether these tunnels are natural ancient mines or something even older. No definitive tools or artifacts have been found. No bones, no pottery, no clear fingerprints of a civilization. But the structure, the flow, the alignment, it feels intentional. And that's the problem. Because the Bosnian pyramid doesn't sit quietly in the past, it challenges the present. Most mainstream archaeologists have dismissed the site as a hoax, or at best, an overzealous case of pseudoscience. UNESCO has not recognized it. Peer-reviewed journals don't touch it. And yet every year thousands of visitors walk through the tunnels, hike the pyramid's face, and come away asking the same thing. Why haven't we heard about this? Some say it's a tourism stunt, that Visoko needed a hook and the pyramid provided one. But tourism stunts don't usually include multi-ton stone blocks, buried in symmetrical formations, or tunnels that make compasses spin. Others suggest something stranger, that the pyramid isn't just real, but active. That it was built not as a tomb or a monument, but as part of an ancient energy grid, a geometric structure designed to resonate with the Earth, a frequency beacon, a power source, or maybe just an interface for something lost to time. You stand at the summit now. The town of Visoko lies below red-roofed and unassuming. The wind moves quietly around you. There's no golden light, no voices from the sky, just the hum of possibility. You don't have to believe it's a pyramid. You don't have to believe in energy beams, or Atlantean engineers, or earth grids, or ancient machines powered by cosmic resonance. But you can't deny one thing. Something here doesn't make sense. And sometimes that's enough, because maybe this isn't about belief at all. Maybe it's about the persistence of the unknown. The way stone holds on to secrets that paper never could. You walk down the slope, feet crunching on gravel, mind looping back over the angles, the slabs, the tunnels beneath your feet. And whether it's a hill or a hoax, or the world's oldest pyramid, you can't shake the feeling that something was left here on purpose, not to impress, not to conquer, but to be rediscovered. The mountains don't rise around you. They retreat. One moment you're surrounded by stone, and the next you're inside it. Not a valley, not a cave. You're inside a temple, but not one built in parts, not stacked block by block like a human-sized Lego project. No. This was carved from the top down, straight into the bones of the earth. You're in Ellora, Western India, and you're standing at the threshold of Kailasa Temple. At first glance, it doesn't seem real. The scale is overwhelming. Massive pillars, towering shrines, intricately sculpted elephants frozen mid-charge, all of it seamlessly emerging from the cliff itself like it grew there. And here's the truly impossible part. This entire complex was carved out of a single piece of solid rock, not built, removed. Historians still debate how long it took to construct. Some say a few decades. Others claim it would have required centuries to achieve this level of precision and detail using only hammers, chisels, and ancient persistence. According to mainstream archaeology, Kailasa Temple was commissioned in the 8th century CE by the Rashtrakuta king, Krishna I. But the deeper you look, the stranger it gets. Because this isn't just a structure, it's a negative space. To build this, workers would have had to start at the very top of the cliff and chip their way downward, carefully preserving columns, domes, staircases, courtyards, all while never making a mistake. One wrong swing, and you're carving your temple around a hole. And yet, they didn't make a mistake. You walk slowly, beneath a canopy of stone so delicately carved, it feels like it might float. Above you are friezes, depicting gods and mid-battle dancers, frozen mid-movement rows of deities, and demons captured in silent conversation. The scale is epic, the craftsmanship microscopic. It's the kind of detail that takes lifetimes, the kind of detail you'd expect to be added after the structure is built, not while you're carving downward through solid rock. It defies logic. It defies architectural sense. And yet here it stands still quiet and untouched by time. Some estimates suggest that at least 400,000 tons of rock had to be removed to create Kailasa. Not shifted, not rearranged, excavated, gone. And there's no record of where all that stone went. No nearby debris field. No spoil heap. No piles of rubble left behind. It's as if the mountain simply agreed to give up its mass. You stand in the central courtyard, staring up at the main tower, 3 stories tall, ringed with pillars, complete with a carved staircase that goes nowhere and everywhere. The level of symmetry is dizzying. Every side is balanced. Every angle lines up with solar markers. The entire temple is oriented to the stars, specifically the constellation of Taurus, the bull. Kailasa is the abode of Lord Shiva, whose sacred animal is of course the bull Nandi, whose massive statue guards the temple entrance, also carved from a single block of stone. And again, no joints, no seams, just form emerging from subtraction. Historians still debate whether the tools available at the time could have produced such crisp carvings. Traditional Indian temple architecture often used added-on elements, blocks stacked, repositioned, ornamented. But Kailasa isn't stacked. It's sculpted, layered, hollowed, and somehow still standing. Some theorists suggest that knowledge of advanced stone resonance techniques, vibration-based carving or softening, might have been passed down and lost. Others point to the possibility of unknown ancient tools, or even an earlier civilization whose unfinished work was adopted and completed by the Rashtrakutas. But there's no direct evidence, just the finished product. And that's what makes it unsettling. Because Kailasa doesn't look like a first draft. It looks like the culmination of something we've forgotten. A last example of a language spoken in granite. You explore deeper into the temple, past the main shrine, and into the corridors that circle it. Each passage opens into a side chamber, a sanctuary, a space for rituals or rest. The acoustics are perfect. Whisper, and the sound carries. Clap, and the echo returns like a heartbeat. This wasn't just a temple. It was an engine of experience. Some sections were designed to channel light sunlight entering through narrow windows at precise times of day, illuminating specific statues or corners. Others may have been resonance chambers amplifying chants or songs in harmonic cycles. You find yourself in one such chamber now. The ceiling dips slightly, the stone curved just enough to catch sound. You hum quietly. The note returns fuller, richer, as if the mountain itself is singing back. There are no wires, no speakers, no sound engineers, just stone shaped in such a way that it obeys vibration. Whoever carved this didn't just understand art, they understood frequency. And maybe they built with it in mind. Historians still debate whether Kailasa was meant as a symbolic representation of Mount Kailash in the Himalayas, a holy place that, according to legend, no mortal can climb. And it makes sense, because this isn't a temple to a god. It's a temple of a god, shaped like his home, carved from his mountain. And perhaps, most stunning of all, there are no blueprints, no detailed, ancient text describing the construction, no mural showing workers with hammers chipping away joyfully. Just stories. Whispers of a king who dreamed too big and sculptors who didn't say no. The result, something that stands not as a ruin, but as a challenge, a dare from the past. You leave the main courtyard, stepping out into the daylight again. The sun hits the surface of the outer wall, lighting up the details like ink drying on stone. You trace the outer perimeters, finding lion statues, ornate columns, mythical beasts snarling mid-roar. Everything symmetrical, everything precise, nothing out of place. And you realize this wasn't just devotion, this was discipline. Maybe they didn't write books about what they knew. Maybe they wrote it in the mountain. And maybe we stopped reading stone too soon. You're standing now in the desert. Not the dramatic cinematic kind with endless dunes and lost camels. This is the Nubian desert, just over the Egyptian border, flat and quiet and ancient in a way that doesn't need pyramids to prove itself. The sand is soft underfoot. The wind moves slow, and the sun doesn't burn it, judges. And then you see them, stones, small, upright, arranged not in chaos, but in order. This is Nabta Playa, an ancient site older than the pyramids, older than the pharaohs, older than what we usually dare to call civilization. Here, in the middle of what looks like nowhere, someone long before history began to write itself built a calendar in stone. But it wasn't just for tracking days, it was for tracking the stars. As you walk among the stones, your brain tries to push them into a familiar box. A stone circle, like Stonehenge. A burial site, maybe. But the more you look, the less that seems to fit. The stones are arranged deliberately, some in pairs, some standing alone, others aligned with the rising and setting of celestial bodies. One configuration, a small circle of flat stones, seems to mark the summer solstice, when the sun would rise directly between two particular stones each year like a cue from the sky. But it doesn't end there. Some alignments seem to track Orion's belt, and others the center of the Milky Way. This isn't just a calendar. It's a map of the sky locked into the earth. And here's the part that makes your spine tickle. This was built over 7,000 years ago. That's 2,000 years older than Stonehenge, and possibly 3,000 years older than the first Egyptian pyramids. The people who did this weren't pharaohs. They weren't kings or emperors. They were pastoralists, nomadic herders, who lived in a place that back then was far greener than it is today. Historians still debate how such a culture, without writing, without metal tools, without monumental architecture, could have possessed the astronomical knowledge needed to pull this off. You don't casually line up a few stones and discover the Orion correlation. That takes years, generations. It takes observation, precision, and purpose. But that's what Nabta Playa whispers. These people watched. They paid attention. They didn't just glance at the stars, they measured them. Not to tell fortunes, not to make myths, but to track time and maybe something more. The site includes burial tumuli, low mounds that may contain human remains, and large flat stones that suggest ceremonial use. Nearby, deeper in the sand, archaeologists discovered what appears to be a stone-lined basin, possibly used for holding water during the seasonal monsoons. This wasn't just a ritual site, it may have also been a gathering place, a cultural or spiritual center for people spread across a wide desert landscape. Some theorists suggest the site may have been the first proto-observatory, a kind of Stone Age planetarium. Others go further, claiming that it could have been part of a larger knowledge network, an ancient science passed down through generations long before it was ever written down. You crouch next to one of the smaller stones, squinting down its length toward the horizon. The line it points to matches nothing today. But thousands of years ago, it would have marked the rising of a particular star, Sirius perhaps, or Alpha Centauri, depending on the year. It's as if someone built a clock not for hours or minutes, but for ages. And then there's the strange sculpture, a flat slab, etched with a series of abstract patterns. Some say it looks like a cow, others a woman, and still others say it represents the Earth itself, encircled by cosmic energy. It's one of the earliest examples of symbolic art in this region, and yet it doesn't feel primitive. It feels intentional, a message. But like so many things from this far back, the language is gone. All we have is the stone. Historians still debate whether Nabta Playa influenced the later Egyptian civilization. The timing works. The Nile wasn't far, and some of the same star alignments appear later in temples and pyramids up north. Could the builders of Nabta Playa have passed their sky-watching knowledge down through oral tradition? Could this be the seed of Egyptian astronomy? If so, it means the roots of Egypt's grandeur lie not in Thebes or Memphis or Giza, but here in the open desert, where no tourists come, where no obelisks rise, where only a few standing stones remain. But maybe that's the point, because Nabta Playa doesn't care if you notice it. It doesn't demand attention. It's not loud. It's correct. It did what it was built to do, track the heavens with a kind of mathematical silence that humbles every blueprint that came after. You sit now in the sand watching the sun creep toward the horizon. There's nothing glamorous here, no statues, no gold, no grand mythology carved in relief. Just rocks, shadows, angles, truth measured in silence. And maybe that's more powerful than any temple, because in a world where we use technology to tell us when it's Tuesday, these people use the stars to tell them when to plant, when to travel, when to pray. And somehow they got it right. Nabta Playa wasn't about grandeur. It was about alignment, human to sky, earth to cosmos. It was built not to be seen, but to be understood. And when the desert winds came and the green vanished and the people moved on, they left the stones, not as a monument to themselves, but as a reminder that they were here and that they were watching. You're standing in the middle of history's blind spot. The wind here is dry and warm, brushing across a low, rocky hill in southern Turkey. The landscape looks like 100 others, rolling fields, sun-beaten soil, a few goats on the horizon. Nothing about it screams civilization. And yet just beneath your feet lies something so massive, so impossible, it's been quietly rewriting the story of human origins ever since the first spade struck dirt. Welcome to Göbekli Tepe. You may have heard the name before, whispered like a conspiracy, invoked like a challenge. But this isn't fringe archaeology. This is real. And it changes everything. Because Göbekli Tepe is 12,000 years old. That's older than the pyramids by 7,000 years. Older than Stonehenge. Older than writing. Older than farming. It was built when humans were still supposed to be hunting in scattered tribes, surviving day to day, not carving monuments to the stars. But here it is, unearthed slowly, cautiously, since the 1990s, its secrets peeled back like layers of forgotten time. What you see now are circles, massive, precisely arranged stone enclosures, each ringed by T-shaped pillars up to 20 feet tall. They're made of limestone, quarried nearby, and they're heavy. Some weigh over 20 tons. Each one was cut, moved, and planted upright by people who, according to textbooks, shouldn't have been able to build anything. And these aren't rough, random stones either. They're carved, intricately, with animals, foxes, lions, snakes, birds, some with abstract symbols, a few with humanoid forms. No writing, no known language, just imagery symbols that feel deliberate, even urgent. You stand beside one of the central pillars. Its surface is smooth polished by wind and time. Two thin arms wrap around its sides, hands meeting at the waist in quiet gesture. The implication is unsettling. These weren't just pillars. They were figures. And they're arranged like participants in a gathering. A gathering for what? Historians still debate the purpose of Göbekli Tepe. Was it a temple, a ritual center? An observatory? All of the above. There's no evidence of domestic life here. No hearths, no trash pits, no homes. This wasn't a village. People came here to do something. And then they left. The carvings suggest mythic thinking wolves, howling serpents, coiling birds taking flight. The kind of imagery you find in spiritual systems. And yet, this predates organized religion by millennia. If this was a temple, it was one of the first. Maybe the first. And here's the part that unravels the timeline. Göbekli Tepe was built before agriculture. Think about that. We always assumed that farming came first, then cities, then religion, then architecture. But this flips the script. Maybe it was belief that came first. Maybe humans gathered to share in something sacred and only later decided to stay and farm. If that's true, then Göbekli Tepe isn't just a temple. It's a pivot point where humans stopped being mere survivors and started asking bigger questions. You walk through one of the enclosures, careful not to touch the stones. The arrangement is complex pillars inside the circle, others forming the outer wall. They seem to face each other, as if locked in dialogue across the centuries. Some are carved with rows of snakes, others with vultures holding headless bodies. No one knows exactly what it all means, but it means something. And here's the wildest part: they buried it. That's right. After centuries, maybe thousands of years of use, the builders intentionally covered Göbekli Tepe in earth. They filled the enclosures with rubble, buried the pillars, and walked away. Why? We don't know. Maybe it was sacred. Maybe it was dangerous. Maybe the memory was meant to sleep until the world was ready to remember it. Historians still debate whether Göbekli Tepe was a one-off project or part of a larger culture we've yet to uncover. There are other sites nearby Karahan, Tepe Navali Chori, each hinting at a whole civilization that lived and built before history officially started. A civilization that lifted 20-ton stones, carved them with animal spirits, aligned them with the sky, and then disappeared without a name. You stand in the shadow of one of those stones, now listening to the wind skim the tops of the grass. No signs, no guards, just stone and time. The site is still being excavated. Less than 10% has been revealed. The rest waits beneath the hill, tucked into layers of backfill, like an ancient hard drive waiting to be accessed. And we're not even sure we can read the files. You begin to wonder, what if this wasn't the beginning? What if this was the middle of something even older? The craftsmanship is too advanced to be a first attempt. Maybe Göbekli Tepe wasn't a leap forward. It was a memory, a continuation of knowledge passed down from somewhere else. Something now long gone, or hidden. Some suggest it was a center of initiates, a place where a chosen few preserved ancient wisdom after a global catastrophe, perhaps the one that ended the Ice Age. Others see it as a spiritual antenna, syncing the earth with the stars through geometry, vibration, and stone. Too far-fetched, maybe, but what else explains why people with no homes, no pottery, and no written language decided to spend generations carving and erecting massive pillars in perfect symmetry? They weren't building for survival. They were building to be remembered, and maybe they were. You step back now, the sky above beginning to shade toward dusk. The pillars cast long shadows across the dry earth. They don't speak. They don't move. But they feel present, like silent giants still attending a ceremony no one else remembers. And you realize this isn't just a sight. It's a test of what we think we know, of what we think humans are capable of what we choose to forget when the evidence becomes too quiet to shout over. You turn once more to the stone circle, the oldest known temple in the world, and wonder, did they build this for the gods or for us? The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming vegetation. You're standing at the base of what looks like a gently sloped hill in West Java, Indonesia. A patch of forest covers the top. Birds call somewhere overhead. A few roosters complain from the valley below. It feels peaceful, almost ordinary, until you look closer, because the hill beneath your feet is not a hill. It's a pyramid. This is Gunung Padang, which means mountain of light. From a distance, it blends into the landscape like a natural ridge. But as you climb, the illusion falls apart. Massive rectangular stones jut from the ground at regular intervals. Steps emerge where none should be. Terraces appear layered, like a ziggurat swallowed by centuries of vegetation. And beneath it all, layers upon layers of construction. You touch one of the stones. It's basalt of volcanic rock, shaped into rectangular columns like giant stone logs. They're stacked into platforms, walls, and stairs, all arranged by hands that clearly knew what they were doing. But here's the mystery. Just how old are those hands? Historians still debate the age of Gunung Padang. For decades, it was thought to be around 2,500 years old, built by a local Sundanese culture. That alone would make it impressive. But new studies, controversial ones, suggest it could be much, much older. Some core samples taken from deep inside the hill revealed man-made layers buried beneath natural rock. Beneath the surface terraces, researchers found ancient foundations made of hardened lava that had been artificially shaped. Some of these layers, if the dating is accurate, go back to 10,000 BCE, making Gunung Padang not just old, but prehistoric. And if that's true, it's a game changer. It would mean this site is twice as old as Göbekli Tepe, 3 times older than the Great Pyramid. A structure built before agriculture, before writing, before the Ice Age ended. A structure that breaks everything we thought we knew about human capability. You step higher onto one of the terraces. The view opens up lush valleys stretching out like a green sea. The air is cool here. The stones are warm under the sun, and they're placed not randomly, but with intention, aligned with the cardinal directions oriented to solar points. This isn't a pile of rocks. This is architecture. Some researchers believe Gunung Padang was used for rituals, for astronomical observation, or even as a geometric energy device. A few propose that the builders understood vibrational frequencies that the stone was chosen and placed to amplify certain harmonics, perhaps during ceremonies involving sound or music. Too speculative, maybe. But something built this, and it wasn't nature. You pass a monolith etched with faint markings, weathered ancient. Locals say this site is sacred. It's been a place of prayer and power for as long as anyone can remember. Even now, traditional shamans make pilgrimages here, offering incense fruit, quiet chants. The Indonesian government declared Gunung Padang a national heritage site in the 1990s. But serious excavation has been slow, controversial, and often blocked. Some say it's politics. Others say it's academic pride. Because if the site really is as old as some believe, it means civilization didn't begin in Mesopotamia or Egypt. It began here, and that's hard to accept. Historians still debate the legitimacy of the dating. Radiocarbon tests pulled from organic material between stone layers suggest incredible antiquity, but critics argue those materials may not relate directly to the stonework. They could have been trapped there later, or earlier, or not at all. The debate is fierce, unresolved, and emotionally charged, because beneath the science is the deeper fear. What if history isn't linear? What if humans didn't gradually climb from stone tools to skyscrapers, step by careful step? What if there were peaks before the valleys, civilizations that rose, built and fell, leaving only their stone bones behind? Gunung Padang isn't just a mystery, it's a challenge, a 100-meter-high question mark cloaked in trees. You continue climbing. At the summit, the stones fan out in a kind of spiral, like petals or concentric rings. Some are arranged vertically, like antennae. Others are laid flat, forming the remains of long platforms. You try to picture what it looked like before the jungle returned, before the soil swallowed the base. Maybe it was whitewashed. Maybe it gleamed under the sun. Maybe the top had a fire that never went out. And maybe the fire was knowledge. Some theorists believe this site is part of a global pattern, evidence of a lost high civilization that predated our history books. A culture wiped out by a cataclysm, comet, impact solar event, global flood. Whatever the disaster, the survivors would have passed down fragments how to shape stone, how to align it with the sky, how to remember through architecture. You've seen these echoes before at Baalbek, at Göbekli Tepe, at Nabta Playa, and now here, a hill that turned out to be a message. If you listen, the stones begin to suggest that time isn't what we thought it was, that progress doesn't always move forward, that sometimes the most advanced thing you can do is leave behind something that lasts. And this has lasted thousands of years, maybe 10,000, maybe more. Not because it was forgotten, but because it was meant to be found. You sit for a moment at the summit, the sky wide above the jungle. wide below. The wind stirs the trees. The stones sit in stillness. They don't claim anything. They don't explain themselves. They just exist impossibly stubbornly, undeniably. Whatever happened here, it happened before us, and somehow it still matters. You're in the highlands of Peru, now just outside Cusco, where the light hits stone like a lens flare from another time. The altitude makes your breath thin. The wind tastes metallic. And there, just beyond the road, carved into the hillside, like the spine of the earth itself, is a wall. Not just any wall. This is Saksaywaman, a fortress, a riddle, a monument to what stone can do when it stops caring about gravity. The scale hits you first. Giant polygonal blocks, some over 200 tons, stacked so tightly that even today, after earthquakes and centuries of wear, you still can't slide a razor blade between them. They zigzag in patterns that feel deliberate, almost musical. A choreography of stone. You walk along the base, craning your neck. The blocks aren't uniform, but they fit together with mathematical precision. Some have 12 or more sides. They curve around corners, rise in tiers, interlock in a way that no mortar could improve. It's not dry stone masonry. It's dry stone wizardry. Historians still debate how the Inca, or whoever came before them, achieved this. Traditional explanations involve stone hammers, sand polishing, and incredible patience. And sure, that might work for a wall made of manageable bricks. But these stones are massive, taller than a person, some as big as a bus. They weren't quarried nearby either. Many were dragged from miles away, across valleys and streams. And once they got here, they were shaped and slotted into place with a precision that still eludes modern builders. You run your hand along one of the massive stones. It's not smooth like marble, it's raw. But the edges are clean. The surface angle's deliberate. It doesn't feel like something that eroded into place. It feels engineered. The Inca oral traditions speak of gods and giants helping to move the stones. Spanish chroniclers wrote that the walls were the work of demons or magic. And while modern science doesn't traffic in demons, it still doesn't offer a satisfying answer, because there are no tool marks, no blueprints, no half-finished blocks showing the work in progress, just perfection. You step back to take it all in and realize the entire site is shaped like a puma, the sacred animal of the Andes. Cusco, the ancient Inca capital, was said to be the body. Saksaywaman, the head, and the zigzagging outer walls, the teeth. This isn't just architecture, it's symbolism at scale, and that's where the mystery deepens. Because Saksaywaman isn't the only example of this kind of construction. It's just the most dramatic. Other sites, Ollantaytambo, Pisac Machu Picchu, feature similar stonework, but on a slightly smaller scale. And here's the twist. The more precise the stonework, the older it seems to be. In some places, the Inca added their own work on top smaller stones, less intricate, still impressive, but lacking the megalithic mind-bending quality of the original foundation. As if the Inca found these walls already here and decided to build on the shoulders of giants. Some researchers believe that the original stonework predates the Inca by thousands of years, that it was the legacy of an earlier forgotten civilization. One with knowledge of seismic stability, advanced geometry, and possibly even an understanding of resonant frequencies. Yes, sound. There's a theory whispered among fringe archaeologists and late-night researchers that these stones weren't moved with brute force, but with vibration. That certain tones could alter the density of stone, allowing it to be lifted or reshaped. It sounds wild until you remember that many of the ancient sites we've explored seem to involve sound in their design. Acoustics, resonance, chambers that hum back, and then you wonder, what if the stones themselves were part of a technology we've lost? Too speculative, maybe, but mainstream explanations haven't exactly cracked the code either. You walk along a different section of the wall. The blocks curve inward like a puzzle bent into 3 dimensions. You spot a carving serpents, spirals, geometric symbols that seem to echo similar patterns found in Egypt, in India, in Malta. Coincidence or memory? Historians still debate whether the Inca inherited these techniques or invented them. Either way, no one's matched them since. You sit on a low platform overlooking the valley. The city of Cusco sprawls below. From up here, it's easy to forget the noise of modern life. It's quiet, reverent. You feel like a witness, not a tourist. And then you remember this site was never meant for tourists. It was a fortress, yes, but also a ceremonial center, possibly even a temple of the sun. The Spanish looted it, of course. Took the gold, toppled the idols. They used the smaller stones to build churches, but they left the big ones alone because they couldn't move them. Even today, we need specialized cranes and weeks of preparation to do what the original builders did by hand. And they didn't just place the stones, they anchored them. Many are built with inward-leaning angles which help the walls resist earthquakes. The region is seismically active, but these walls, they flex, they shift, they hold. It's like the stones know how to survive. And maybe that's the point. This wasn't built to impress kings. It wasn't built to be admired. It was built to last. And it has, through conquest, through erosion, through forgetfulness. It stands a monument, not just to strength, but to precision, to knowledge we no longer carry. You run your hand one last time across a stone, the heat of the day sinking into your palm. There's no writing here, no manual, just the unspoken message carved into every seam. We knew what we were doing. Do you? And you're not so sure. It's hot in Florida. Not the breezy ocean-kissed heat from postcards, but a dense, sticky heat that wraps around your shoulders and follows you even into the shade. You're walking through a small clearing near Homestead, south of Miami, surrounded by palms and limestone. There's no mountain here, no temple, no ancient jungle ruin, just a gate made of stone. That swings perfectly on its axis despite weighing 9 tons. This is the Coral Castle. And it's not ancient. It's not even that old. It was built in the 20th century, but somehow it might be one of the most mysterious structures you've seen so far, because the man who built it did it alone, with no electricity, no cranes, no team of workers, just hand tools, pulleys, tripods, and something he never explained. His name was Edward Leeds-Kalnin, a Latvian immigrant who stood 5 feet tall and weighed about 100 pounds soaking wet. After a heartbreak, his 16-year-old fiancée canceled their wedding the day before he moved to Florida and began working quietly, obsessively, for nearly 30 years. What he created is nothing short of surreal. You walk through the gate and enter a world that seems to belong to another time, or maybe another set of physical laws. Walls made of massive coral limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, rise around you. Furniture carved from stone, a rock bathtub, a stone rocking chair, a perfectly balanced sundial accurate to within 2 minutes. There's a Polaris telescope cut through a monolithic slab angled so precisely it still tracks the North Star today. And then, of course, there's the 9-ton revolving door, a coral block, so perfectly balanced it used to spin with the push of a finger. Engineers eventually studied it. When they dismantled it decades after Ed's death, they found it was balanced on a metal shaft and truck bearing. Impressive, but doable with the right tools. Here's the problem: Ed didn't have those tools. No one ever saw him work. He built the castle at night, alone with lanterns and homemade equipment. Neighbors would wake to find 20-ton stones had been moved into place while they slept. No noise, no signs of struggle, just more pieces of the puzzle locked into place. Historians still debate how he did it. He claimed he had discovered the secrets of the pyramids and that he understood the laws of weight and leverage better than anyone. He wrote strange pamphlets, part science, part philosophy, where he hinted at ideas like magnetic current anti-gravity and harmonic resonance. Some say he was bluffing, just a clever man with a good understanding of physics. Others believe he knew something we don't. You step into one of the alcoves and run your hand across a coral wall. The stone feels rough, porous. It was cut from the local oolitic limestone, not technically coral, but ancient seabed hardened over millennia. Ed quarried it himself, using hand tools he built from scavenged car parts, and yet he left no blueprints, no written instructions, no journals explaining his methods, just the stones. Some researchers believe Ed may have understood a unique form of acoustic levitation, using vibration and frequency to reduce weight. Others suggest he was using hidden pulleys, balance tricks, or water flotation to maneuver the stones. But even with modern reconstructions, we still struggle to replicate what he did alone. And it wasn't just about weight. It was about precision. Some of the stones are so perfectly placed that they form airtight seams. The walls interlock like jigsaw pieces. Structures are aligned to solar points, to celestial positions, to magnetic fields. It's not just stonework, it's geometry, it's engineering, and it's strange. Historians still debate whether Coral Castle is a testament to lost ancient knowledge or just one man's genius obsession. And maybe it's both. Maybe Ed was an echo, someone who in a forgotten corner of Florida rediscovered something ancient by accident or instinct. Because what makes Coral Castle feel ancient isn't its age, it's its mystery. You walk past the moon fountain, past the heart-shaped table, past the throne room carved from single blocks. The whole place feels like a coded message. Every stone is a word. Every alignment, a sentence. Ed never explained it clearly, but he left it open like a test we were supposed to solve later. And maybe we're not ready. Maybe we don't want to believe that a man with no formal education, no electricity, and a broken heart could do something that modern engineers still scratch their heads over. But the stones don't lie. They're here. They move. They balance. And they do things that shouldn't be possible with just a crowbar and determination. Theories still float. Magnetism, earth energy, harmonic frequency. Some say Ed tapped into the same principles that powered ancient Egypt Baalbek or Göbekli Tepe. Others believe he simply worked with such precision that the illusion of mystery is in our disbelief. But the truth is, we don't know. Ed died in 1951. He never told anyone his secrets. When asked, he'd just smile and say, "I understand the laws of weight and leverage." That's it. No grand reveal. No final blueprint. Just the Coral Castle, waiting. Not for fame, not for validation, just for someone to stop walking, look around, and wonder. And now here you are, standing in the shadow of a wall that shouldn't stand, turning a stone door that shouldn't move, running your hand across the rough face of a monument that was never meant to be believed, only built. And maybe that's the message Ed left behind, that you don't need machines, you don't need help, you just need to remember something the world forgot. That stone moves when you know how to listen, and when you do, it tells the truth. You're standing in a vast open field in South Africa. The air is dry, humming with bees and sunlight. There's no pyramid here, no temple ruins, no towering statues, just rolling hills, low grass, and silence. But then you look down and you realize the ground is not as empty as it seems. Circles, thousands of them, carved into the landscape like scars, like fingerprints left behind by someone who didn't want to be remembered, but couldn't quite disappear. Welcome to the stone circles of Mpumalanga. Some call them the Adam's Calendar ruins, others simply the stone ruins of southern Africa. But whatever name you choose, one thing is certain: they shouldn't exist at this scale. From the air, the pattern is unmistakable. Circular enclosures, some large, some small, many connected by what look like ancient roads or channels stretching over hundreds, possibly thousands of square miles. They form lines, grids, spirals, and they're everywhere. Researchers estimate that over 1 million stone structures may lie scattered across southern Africa. That's right, 1 million. And yet most people have never heard of them. You crouch near one of the circles. The stones are small, maybe waist high. They form a perimeter, enclosing an empty space. No roof, no signs of habitation, but the layout feels deliberate. You walk around the edge, running your hand across the stone. It's rough weathered, but steady, like it's been here for a very, very long time. Local farmers used to assume the circles were Kral's animal enclosures left behind by cattle herders. That explanation stuck for a while. It's simple, plausible. But then the numbers started to get in the way, because Krals don't form grids. They don't follow astronomical alignments. They don't connect across valleys, using what appear to be electromagnetic pathways. Historians still debate what these circles were. Settlements, temples, calendars. Some are perfectly round, others are elliptical. A few seem to be built in pairs or arranged like constellations. And some researchers believe the key lies in the layout itself, that these circles weren't buildings but resonators. Resonators, yes. The theory goes like this, that the placement of the stones, their spacing, and even the shape of the land beneath them was meant to amplify sound. Some circles seem to emit subtle frequencies, a hum, a tone you feel more than hear. That the whole grid of them across the hills formed a kind of earth-powered sound machine. Others suggest the circles were energy devices designed to harness or direct telluric currents, natural electromagnetic energy flowing beneath the surface of the earth. In this theory, the circular structures acted like nodes on a massive ancient energy grid. And then there's Adam's Calendar. That's what some call a specific set of stones perched on a cliff edge nearby. It looks unassuming, just a few vertical rocks sticking up from the ground. But when surveyed, some of them align precisely with the solstices and equinoxes, much like Stonehenge or Nabta Playa. There's even a marker stone that lines up with the rise of Orion's belt around 75,000 BCE, based on astronomical models. If those alignments were intentional, and that's a big, if it would make Adam's Calendar the oldest known man-made astronomical site on Earth. Too good to be true, maybe. mainstream archaeologists are skeptical. They point to a lack of organic artifacts, the absence of tools, or any definitive signs of human activity that old. They call the dating speculative. But that hasn't stopped researchers and explorers from asking the question, what if there was a very ancient civilization here long before Egypt's Sumer, or even Göbekli Tepe, a society that didn't build cities of stone but worked with the stone, one that didn't record its story in tablets but in geometry and vibration, one that knew the earth could speak if you knew how to shape it. You walk across a ridge now, looking down at dozens of circles sprawled across the valley floor. Some overlap, others stand alone. And when you see them like this together, they begin to feel less like architecture and more like code, a pattern, a script written in rock. Historians still debate whether these ruins are 500 years old or 5,000 years. Some even argue they could date back tens of thousands of years based on erosion patterns and lichen growth. But no one agrees on the purpose, and no one can explain why so many of them exist. Because people don't build a million of anything by accident. The roads or channels that connect the circles may offer a clue. Some are narrow, some wide, all made from the same stone. They crisscross the terrain like veins suggesting movement, not of goods, but of energy, or sound, or memory. And then there's the local lore. Zulu oral traditions speak of an ancient people who lived in this land long before the tribes of today. People who could move stones with sound, who spoke in tones and sang to the sky, who vanished long ago but left behind their footprints in circles. You step into one of the enclosures. The air is still. The wind slows. There's a pause, like the earth itself is holding something in. You clap once. The sound returns faster than you expect. You try it again, just a whisper. The stone answers, softly, like it's remembering a song. Maybe these weren't homes. Maybe they weren't temples or observatories or kraals. Maybe they were instruments, and we forgot how to play them. You step out of the circle, the horizon turning gold as the sun begins to dip. The hills glow. The patterns spread. The map unfolds beneath your feet. Not written in ink, not carved in glyphs, just stone and silence, and something we haven't named yet. Whatever these circles were, they weren't built in vain. They were placed, tuned, aligned, and left behind for a reason. Maybe not for us, but we're here now, and the stones are still listening. You're somewhere deep in the steppe of central Russia now, where the winds whistle over vast flatlands and the sky seems twice as wide. There are no pyramids here, no towering stone heads, just dirt roads, dry grass, and the ruins of something ancient, almost too symmetrical for comfort. This is Archaeum, the so-called Russian Stonehenge. But if you're expecting a ring of upright stones and druids with beards, you're in the wrong place. Because Archaeum doesn't rise, it sinks into the earth, quietly, elegantly, like a spiral pressed into the land itself. What you're seeing is the faint outline of a city. But not just any city. A circular settlement built with concentric walls and homes arranged in a near-perfect radial pattern. Think crop circle meets fortress meets cosmological diagram. A design so precise, it looks like it was planned using modern software. And then you remember, this was built around 2000 BCE, older than most European cities, contemporary with Egypt's Middle Kingdom, before Rome, before Athens, before the idea of Russia was even a whisper. You walk slowly along what used to be a street, now just an indentation in the dry ground. Archaeologists have mapped it all to outer defensive walls, 35 houses tucked neatly between them, and a central square that may have served as a ceremonial space. The homes were heated, ventilated, built with sophistication. And yet, until it was discovered in 1987, no one knew it existed. Historians still debate who built Archaeum. It's often attributed to the Santashta culture, a Bronze Age society known for their metallurgy-wheeled carts and burial practices. But Archaeum doesn't feel like just a settlement. It feels like a statement, a blueprint, a city designed not just for living, but for meaning. Because here's where things get weird. The city's design is astronomically aligned. The entrances line up with cardinal directions. Some researchers claim that the layout incorporates solar and lunar alignments, possibly marking solstices, equinoxes, or phases of the moon. In fact, some studies suggest that Archaeum could track 18 separate astronomical events using its structure alone. It's not just a circle, it's a calendar, and maybe a cosmic one. You find yourself standing in the center, the heart of the spiral, and you feel it, the symmetry. Every spoke of the wheel leads outward with purpose. The whole thing feels like it was designed to mirror the heavens. Some researchers believe Archaeum was built to reflect the movement of celestial bodies. Others go even further, suggesting it was a spiritual tool, a city where architecture and cosmology were inseparable. A kind of earth-based observatory where people lived inside the model of the universe. That's not just metaphorical. Imagine waking up each day in a home that reflects the stars, where your daily walk echoes the rotation of the sky, where time doesn't live in a clock, but in the shape of the street beneath your feet. And then, like so many ancient mysteries, the city was abandoned. Burned, actually. Archaeological evidence suggests a massive fire swept through Archaeum. The walls scorched, the homes collapsed. Whether it was war ritual or accident, no one knows. The people left. The steppe reclaimed the ruins. And for thousands of years, no one even knew it had existed. Then, in the late 20th century, the Soviet government planned to flood the area for a reservoir project. But during surveys, researchers found strange patterns in the soil rings, squares anomalies. So they dug, and they found Archaeum. Historians still debate how important the site really is. Some downplay it as a small outpost, overhyped by modern mystics and spiritual seekers. Others believe it's the missing link in understanding how Bronze Age humans saw the world, how they connected Earth and sky, daily life, and cosmic rhythm. Some even call it Russia's Atlantis, and that's where the legends start. Since its discovery, Archaeum has become a kind of sacred site. New Age pilgrims visit regularly. They claim the land pulses with energy, that the circular design acts like a vortex, drawing down cosmic information or amplifying consciousness. It's easy to roll your eyes until you stand in the center and realize this doesn't feel like a village. It feels like geometry with intention. You walk along the outer ring, imagining the people who once lived here. What did they believe? Did they see themselves as part of a cosmic pattern? Did they know they were building a city that could survive long after their language vanished? Maybe that's why they made it a circle to be remembered without words. You find a smooth stone near the ruins. It's been weathered by centuries of wind, but it still holds form. You turn it over in your hand, wondering if someone once did the same. Someone who knew what each path meant, what each line pointed to. Because Archaeum wasn't a city that grew over time. It was a city that arrived finished, planned, precise, purposeful, and then it was gone. No inscriptions, no epic poems, just stone, shape, silence. Historians still debate whether Archaeum was a one-time wonder or part of a larger pattern. Other similar sites, circular settlements, have been found across the Eurasian steppe, hinting at a tradition, a shared philosophy. But Archaeum is the best preserved, the most aligned, the most whispered about, and maybe that's the legacy. Not a monument to a king, not a tomb, but a model of the sky left behind in the dirt, to say, we were here, and we were watching. As you leave the circle, the sun begins to dip. Its rays slice across the steppe in wide gold beams. The shadows of the stone walls stretch long, and for a moment, it's not hard to imagine the city alive. Again, fires, glowing voices, laughing footsteps, moving in rhythm with the stars. Because that's what Archaeum was, not just a home, but a harmony. And it's still humming. The desert opens wide beneath your feet, flat, endless, and quiet. You're in Nazca, southern Peru, standing at the edge of a mystery that stretches as far as the eye can see. The sun bakes the earth into cracked sheets. The wind barely moves. There's no temple, no statue, nothing vertical at all, and yet you're surrounded by art. You just can't see it. Not yet. Because the Nazca lines aren't made to be viewed from the ground. They're made for the sky. You climb slowly, carefully up a nearby metal viewing tower. It doesn't go high, just enough to give you the first glimpse. A set of lines begins to take shape, long, straight, deliberate. Then a triangle, a spiral, a pair of wings, and then it hits you. You're standing above a hummingbird the size of a football field, and it's carved not into the stone, but by removing the top layer of dark desert gravel to reveal the pale soil underneath. Not deep, not etched with tools, just brushed away, softly, gently, like a pencil sketch over thousands of feet. And this is just one of hundreds. There's a spider stretching nearly 150 feet, a monkey complete with a curled tail, a condor, a dog, a tree, a man, some say, an astronaut with round eyes and outstretched arms. And then the abstract ones, lines, spirals, trapezoids, arrows that run for miles, some so long they seem to vanish into the horizon, all made between 500 BCE and 500 CE by a culture without flight, without metal tools, without satellite imagery or drones. And yet the scale is perfect. The proportions hold. The geometry doesn't wobble. Historians still debate how the Nazca people created these drawings with such accuracy. One theory suggests they used grids and ropes, scaling up small sketches into massive outlines using a kind of prehistoric graphing system. Others suggest observation towers helped guide the work. But here's the catch. There are no towers here, no platforms, no hills, just the lines. And they were meant to be seen from above. So who were they for? You walk along a stretch of compact earth, careful not to disturb it. The lines are shallow, maybe 6 inches deep, but their edges are crisp. That's because it almost never rains here. The Nazca Desert is one of the driest places on Earth, which means these fragile lines have survived for over 1,500 years with almost no erosion. You pause by a long, arrow-straight path that stretches across the desert for several miles. It doesn't lead to a river. It doesn't follow a trade route. It's just a line, clean, unwavering, like someone took a ruler to the desert. Some researchers believe the lines were ritual pathways, routes walked during sacred ceremonies to honor water gods or request rain. Others think they were astronomical calendars aligning with solstices, star risings, or planetary cycles. And then there are those who believe the lines were meant for the sky, a message, a map, a kind of visual language only the gods or something watching from above could understand. Too speculative, maybe, but when you look at a drawing that stretches longer than a city block, etched in a place where no one could ever fully see it from the ground, you start to wonder who was supposed to see this. Some believe the Nazca lines were part of a larger spiritual landscape, that the animals and symbols were offerings not physical, but visual, that the act of creation itself was the prayer. Draw it large enough, beautifully enough, and the gods would listen. But not all of the lines are graceful. Some are angular, mechanical, crisscrossing each other like air traffic paths. Some end in abrupt corners or wide-open trapezoids. These don't resemble art. They resemble blueprints, runways, grids, and that's where the alternative theories begin. You've probably heard them, that the lines are ancient airstrips used by a civilization capable of flight, that they were drawn not for humans, but for something else, something that moved in straight lines and viewed the earth from above. Historians still debate this, of course. No engines have been found, no metal, no bones, just dirt and silence, but the intent remains. This wasn't casual doodling. This was labor, coordinated, sustained, across generations. And here's what's easy to forget. Most of the Nazca people never saw the full figures. They worked on the ground carving lines they couldn't visualize, like ants building a cathedral they'd never fly above. The knowledge was passed on, the scale preserved. That takes trust and vision, and maybe something else we don't fully understand. In 2019, satellite surveys and drones revealed dozens of new figures hidden by erosion invisible from the ground. Among them, cats, snakes, birds, humanoids, some older than previously thought. And there may be hundreds more waiting to be found, not under layers of earth, but in plain sight, just too big to see from below. You sit now at the edge of one figure, the monkey. Its arms stretch wide, fingers curled into a spiral. What does it mean? Is it a symbol of fertility? A star map? A joke? A message? Historians still debate whether the meaning of the Nazca lines is lost forever or just waiting for the right eyes to recognize the pattern. Some think we're not asking the right questions, that maybe the lines weren't messages to the gods, or even from them, but a message about us, about what humans can do when they work not for conquest or glory, but for the sake of something larger than themselves. Maybe that's why the lines endure, because they're not just drawings, they're intention made visible, not for power, not for control, but for connection. You step away. Now the wind, brushing faint lines in the dust behind you. The desert doesn't speak, but it shows you what it remembers. And if you look long enough, the lines don't just point outward. They point inward, toward the oldest question we've ever asked. Who are we when we're trying to be seen? And now here you are, back in the quiet of your own room, the hum of the fan overhead, the weight of blankets at your feet. But in your mind, you've just walked through deserts and jungles, scaled ancient platforms, waded through flooded cities, and stood beneath stones that shouldn't still be standing. You've wandered through temples, carved from mountain hearts, traced spirals on the desert floor, too big to see without wings, and felt the steady heartbeat of civilizations that rose before memory had a language. Some of these structures shouldn't exist. Some defy tools, others defy time, and all of them defy the tidy little timeline we've scribbled onto the chalkboard of history. They remind us that not everything old is understood, that sometimes the deepest knowledge doesn't come in books, it comes in stone, a stone that doesn't explain, a stone that simply is. And maybe that's the point. Maybe these monuments weren't made for us to solve like puzzles. Maybe they weren't warnings or invitations or blueprints. Maybe they were memories, deliberate, stubborn, heavy reminders that we've been here before. That human hands, when moved by awe or grief or devotion, can carve something so precise, so massive, so impossibly beautiful that it still whispers across millennia. So sleep well tonight. Let the pyramids hold your dreams in place. Let the circles hum quietly beneath your pillow. Let the ruins remind you that mystery isn't something to fear. It's something to follow. And when you wake tomorrow, remember, the stones are still there, waiting